hadn't planned on staying out here so long. It wasn't part of the plan. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just a break from the hustle of city life. I had rented an old cabin in the woods, somewhere remote, a place where I could disconnect, think, maybe even write a little. Nothing fancy, just a one-room cabin, small, but enough to get away from everything. I was in my late 30s then, tired from work and the constant noise of living in a big city. The peace of this place was supposed to be the cure for all that. But things turned out differently. I had driven out here in the early afternoon, under a sky that was cloudless at first. The GPS wasn't much help once I got off the main road. The last few miles were all dirt tracks, rutted and narrow, twisting through dense woods that seemed to close in around me. The cabin wasn't marked anywhere, but the directions I'd gotten from the owner were clear enough. Turn left where the dirt road forks, take the third gravel path to the right, and keep going straight. The cabin itself was small, made of weathered wood, with a porch that sagged slightly under the weight of time. The roof was old too, with patches of moss growing in some places. I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been here for a long time, forgotten by most of the world. The windows were dark, the glass cracked in a few spots, but it was perfect for what I needed. Quiet, isolated.
No distractions.
I unpacked my things, set up my laptop on the small wooden table in the corner, and cracked open a cold beer. The only sounds were the rustling of the wind through the trees outside and the occasional distant bird call. I was alone, but there was something unsettling about the place, even in the silence. The first time I noticed it was when I went to fetch some firewood from the shed out back. The woods felt thick, as if they were alive. The trees stood in perfect rows, casting long shadows across the ground as the sun started to set. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, that there was something just out of sight, lurking in the darkening woods. The owner had said the cabin was remote, but it felt more like it was forgotten by everyone but me. I shook off the feeling, convinced I was just letting my mind wander too much. That night, I sat up late, writing by the dim light of a single lamp. The wind howled outside, making the cabin creak and groan as if it were alive itself. I eventually fell asleep in the chair by the fire, the warmth of the flames barely keeping the cold at bay. I woke to the sound of a thump. My heart jumped in my chest. The fire was still going, casting flickering shadows against the walls. But that noise, it wasn't from the wind or the trees. It was from inside the cabin. I stood up, careful not to disturb the quiet. The house was dark, too dark. It felt colder than it should have been, as though something had crept into the room. I grabbed a flashlight from the table and slowly moved to the window. I could see nothing but the black outlines of trees against the night sky. I went to the door and stood there for a moment, my hand on the knob. The thumping continued, now it was louder, closer. And then there was something else. A scraping sound, like something moving slowly along the floor, right outside the door. I hesitated, the flashlight trembling in my hand. I was alone out here. Who could possibly be in the cabin with me? The thought of someone else, someone hiding in the shadows, made my heart race. The thump came again, followed by the scraping. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I opened the door. There was nothing, just the dark woods stretching out in every direction. I stepped out onto the porch, scanning the shadows, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. But there was no one, no signs of movement, no shapes in the distance. It was just the woods again, quiet and still. Maybe it was animals, I told myself. Maybe a raccoon or some other creature had found its way into the cabin. I tried to calm myself, but that nagging feeling didn't go away. I closed the door and locked it behind me, checking all the windows, making sure everything was secure. I sat down on the couch, my mind racing, the images of what might be lurking in the dark swirling in my thoughts. The next day, I went about my business, made breakfast, got some work done. It was a calm, ordinary day. I decided to take a walk, just to clear my mind. But when I stepped outside, the air felt heavy, thick with tension. The woods didn't feel like they had the same open, inviting nature as before. Felt suffocating, like the trees were closing in on me. I forced myself to keep walking. The path led deeper into the woods, and the further I went, the more unsettled I became. There was something about the silence, the way the trees didn't make a sound when the wind blew through them. I could hear my own breathing, my footsteps crunching on the dry leaves beneath me, but nothing else. And then I saw it, a figure standing between the trees, barely visible in the shadows. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as I drew closer, it became clearer. A man, tall, gaunt, with a long coat that looked like it had seen better days. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart hammered in my chest. For a moment, I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. It was like the world had frozen. The man didn't speak. He didn't even blink. It felt like an eternity. The two of us locked in this strange, silent standoff. Then, without warning, he turned and disappeared into the trees, his figure swallowed by the shadows. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the spot where he had been. Should I go after him? Was he even real? The woods around me felt darker, as though they had changed in that instant. I decided to head back to the cabin, my feet moving faster than I realized, almost running. When I got back, I checked the cabin again, every lock, every window, but there was nothing unusual, nothing out of place. I tried to dismiss the encounter as my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing, but deep down I knew I hadn't. That night, I locked myself in the cabin, too terrified to step outside. The wind howled again, and the cabin creaked and moaned, but I couldn't bring myself to relax. I tried to sleep, but every little noise, the crack of wood, the rustling of leaves, made me jump. I lay awake all night, eyes wide open, watching the shadows shift in the corners of the room. The next morning, I decided to leave. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The encounter with the man, the strange noises, the oppressive silence. It all added up to something I couldn't ignore. I packed my things quickly, almost frantically, and headed out of the cabin. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin was small against the backdrop of the trees, almost lost in the vastness of the woods. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. It wasn't until I reached the main road that I started to calm down. The woods receded in my mirror, and the city felt closer with every mile. But even now, months later, I still wonder about that man. I wonder if he was real, or if I had just lost my mind in the isolation. There's a part of me that hopes he wasn't real, that the woods just played tricks on me. But I'll never know for sure. I never thought I'd be caught up in something like this, but life's funny like that. One moment, everything's calm and predictable, and the next, you're in the middle of something that feels like it came straight out of a nightmare. It all started when I took that job as a caretaker for a remote cabin. It was located deep in the woods of northern Minnesota, a good 2-hour drive from the nearest town, the kind of place most people don't visit unless they're looking for something: peace, solitude, or maybe just to get away from the noise of the world. I'd always been the type to enjoy my own company, so the job felt like a perfect fit. It wasn't glamorous, but the pay was decent, and I'd have my space. No one would bother me. The cabin itself was unique. It was made almost entirely of glass, a modern structure tucked away between tall pines and thick brush. From the outside, it looked almost like a sculpture. On the inside, It felt like being in a fishbowl. You could see everything, every inch of the forest around it, every rustling leaf, every bird that passed overhead. It had been built by some tech millionaire a few years back, but they hadn't visited in a long time. That's where I came in. My job was simple: keep the place clean, maintain the basics, and make sure the pipes didn't freeze over the winter. I'd stay there for a few weeks at a time, far away from other people, with only the hum of the woods for company. The first few days were peaceful. The quiet out there was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. There was no sound of traffic or people talking, no music blaring from neighbors' houses, just the wind through the trees, the occasional rustle of animals, and the far-off call of birds. I spent my time exploring the area, checking the perimeter, and getting familiar with the little things that made the cabin tick. It had a modern kitchen, a wood-burning stove, a large open living area with plush furniture, and a huge master bedroom that overlooked the woods. The glass walls were beautiful but unsettling at the same time. It felt like you could never escape the gaze of the trees. The oddest thing about the place was how secluded it was. I'd been to remote cabins before, but this was different. There was no way to get a signal on my phone, and the nearest neighbor was miles away. The road to the cabin was gravel, twisted, and barely maintained. It was the kind of place you'd only find if you knew where you were going. On the fourth night, I noticed something strange. It was around midnight when I woke up, groggy, to a noise outside. It was faint at first, like a rustling in the leaves, but then it became louder. Something was out there. I couldn't see anything through the glass walls, but I could hear movement. Not the usual noises of wildlife that I had grown used to, but something heavier, deliberate. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a bear. But then I heard footsteps, the unmistakable sound of boots crunching through the brush. Slowly, methodically. I froze, not sure what to do. I reached for the flashlight on the bedside table and turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness outside, revealing nothing but the trees and the snow-covered ground. The footsteps stopped. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, my heart hammering in my chest, straining my ears for any hint of sound. But the forest outside had gone completely silent. I waited for what felt like hours before I finally drifted back to sleep, but the unease lingered. The next day, I spent hours checking the property. I figured it was some local hunter or maybe a hiker who had gotten lost. I didn't find any tracks near the cabin, but the feeling of being watched stuck with me. It wasn't just the noise from the night before. It was the way the woods felt around the cabin, like there was something out there, hidden in the trees, waiting. Every time I stepped outside, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. A few days passed without incident, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. It was subtle at first, just little things like hearing the occasional snap of a twig behind me when I was walking through the woods, or catching a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. But the worst part was the glass walls. They made it impossible to escape the feeling that someone or something was always out there watching. Then, on the seventh night, it happened again. I had just finished making dinner and was sitting on the couch, flipping through a book. The wind outside had picked up, and the sound of the trees creaking in the storm was comforting. But then I heard it, the same footsteps. They were back, closer this time. I stood up, holding my breath, straining to listen. The crunch of boots on snow was unmistakable, and it was coming from the other side of the cabin. I grabbed the flashlight again, my fingers trembling. I slowly moved toward the front of the cabin, where the sound was coming from. I knew it was crazy, but something told me I had to check. When I reached the front door, I peered out through the glass. There, standing just outside the beam of light, was a man. He was tall, wearing a dark coat and a hat that obscured most of his face. I could barely make out his features, but his posture was stiff, almost unnatural. He stood still, like he was waiting for something. Or maybe like he was waiting for me to do something. I couldn't move. My heart pounded in my chest. I wasn't sure if I was seeing things or if this was real. The man didn't move. He didn't speak. He just stood there, as if he was part of the landscape. And then, as quickly as he had appeared, he was gone. One moment he was there, and the next he was swallowed by the trees. I backed away from the door, my hands shaking. What the hell had I just seen? Was it a person? A hunter? The wind howled outside, and I could hear the trees creaking again. But there was no sign of the man.
No footprints. No noise.
Just the emptiness of the woods. I spent the rest of the night locked inside, not daring to step outside. I didn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of the wind in the trees made my skin crawl. But nothing else happened. No more footsteps, no more strange figures. It was like the man had never been there. The next morning, I decided to leave. I packed up my things, convinced that whatever had happened wasn't something I could explain. As I drove down the gravel road, I looked back at the cabin. It stood there, as still and quiet as ever, but I knew I would never return. It was a quiet evening in the mountains, far removed from the distractions of the city. The kind of night where the trees stand tall and silent, their branches barely rustling, and the only sound is the crackle of the fire. It had been a while since I'd taken some time for myself, but I'd always loved the solitude of the cabin my father had left me. A small, weathered wooden structure nestled deep in the woods, far from anyone else. I needed the space, needed to disconnect, recharge. And of course, I had my dog, Max, with me. Loyal, steady, always at my side. Max was a mixed breed, lean and fast, with a sharp nose and intelligent eyes that could see right through me. He was my companion, my protector, and in a way, he made the loneliness bearable. I had no plans to venture far from the cabin during this trip. It was a simple getaway, just us, the woods, and the fire. The first night was peaceful. The weather was crisp, the air sharp with the scent of pine and earth. After setting up the cabin, I built a fire in the stone hearth and settled into a chair, staring into the flames as Max lay by my feet, his head resting on his paws. There was a certain comfort in the sound of the crackling wood and the soft breeze that occasionally stirred the trees outside. Nothing seemed amiss, and for a while I felt at ease. But as the hours passed, a growing unease began to creep in, like an itch I couldn't scratch. The cabin, although cozy, was always a little too quiet, especially at night. The walls creaked, the floorboards groaned. Every gust of wind outside seemed to carry a whisper, and sometimes I could have sworn I heard something moving in the woods. Max was usually calm, but tonight he was restless. His ears twitched at every sound, his eyes darting toward the door. I tried to shake off the feeling. There was nothing out there, nothing to be afraid of. Just the forest as it always was. But then it happened. It was just after midnight. The fire was down to embers, and I was sitting in the dark, sipping on some whiskey, when Max suddenly stood up, his hackles raised. His low growl vibrated through the room, a sound I'd never heard from him before. This wasn't just his usual alertness. It was something deeper, primal. I stood up and approached the door, the coldness of the wooden floor against my feet sending a shiver up my spine. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees, but there was something else, a faint sound, a rustling, something brushing against the underbrush. It didn't sound like an animal, though, too deliberate, too methodical. I opened the door just a crack, the cold night air rushing in, and I peered into the darkness. Max stayed close by my side, his body tense, his eyes locked on the trees. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. For a moment, I didn't see anything. But then, just beyond the edge of the clearing, I saw it. A figure, standing still, barely moving. It was a man, or at least it seemed to be, though his form was indistinct, almost blending into the shadows. He was tall, unnaturally so, and his posture was wrong. It didn't seem human, not entirely. He was too rigid, too still. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. Maybe it was just someone else out here, lost or passing through. I called out, but the words seemed to catch in my throat. I had no idea why I didn't yell louder, why I didn't run. Maybe something about the figure's stillness froze me in place. Max's growl deepened, a warning this time. The man, or whatever it was, didn't respond. He just stood there, watching us. The silence between us stretched, heavy and unnerving. Suddenly, a branch snapped, and the figure lurched forward, its movements jerky and unnatural. My heart raced. Max leapt to the door, barking fiercely. I slammed it shut and backed away, my pulse hammering in my chest. I knew I had to act. I grabbed my flashlight and moved toward the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peer out. The figure was gone. Nothing but the empty, swaying trees. Max stopped barking, but he was still on edge, his body rigid, eyes scanning the darkness. I could feel it too, the weight of something out there, something that didn't belong. I spent the rest of the night with the door locked, the fire stoked, and Max never leaving my side. The rest of the night was uneventful. The wind outside howling louder, the trees creaking, but nothing else happened. The next morning, I tried to convince myself it had just been my imagination. Maybe a trick of the light or an animal I'd mistaken for something more. But something inside me told me it wasn't over. The day passed uneventfully, and by nightfall, I had settled into a routine. I kept the fire going, kept Max close. But the woods felt different. There was a tension in the air, a quiet that pressed in from all sides. That night, things escalated. Max started barking again, this time more urgently. I rushed to the door, heart pounding, but when I opened it, I found nothing. Just the cold, empty darkness. I stood there, listening, trying to hear any movement, but the night was still. Max's ears perked up, and he dashed into the woods, his movements swift and sure. I hesitated for a moment, then followed, though fear gnawed at my gut. I knew I had to get him back before he wandered too far. The trees closed in around me, their branches reaching like skeletal hands. The only sound was Max's bark, echoing through the forest. I moved faster, my breath coming quicker as I pushed through the underbrush, trying to keep up with my dog. His barking grew louder, more frantic. I could see his silhouette ahead, just beyond the trees. Then I saw it, a shape crouched low to the ground, almost blending into the shadows. The figure again, but this time it was closer, much closer. Max stopped barking, his growls now filled with fear. I froze. The figure rose, its tall, unnatural form swaying as though it were struggling to keep its balance. It turned its head slowly, locking eyes with me, and then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished into the darkness, leaving nothing but the sound of Max's frantic barking and the beating of my own heart in my ears. I called to Max, but he was already moving in the direction of the figure. I was desperate now, moving faster, trying to reach him before he went too far. But the woods were thick, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer, darker. Finally, I found him. Max was standing at the edge of the clearing, staring at something in the distance. I rushed to him, calling his name, but he didn't respond. His eyes were wide, filled with terror. I followed his gaze and saw the figure again, standing just on the edge of the trees. It was watching us, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. There was no time to think. I grabbed Max, pulling him away, my legs moving faster than they ever had. I didn't stop running until we were back at the cabin. I locked the door behind us and collapsed to the floor. Max curled up beside me, his body trembling. The rest of the night passed in silence. The figure didn't return, and though I didn't sleep, I knew I had to leave in the morning. Whatever was out there, whatever I had seen, it was no longer a question of curiosity. It was a warning. When the sun finally rose, I packed my things and left the cabin behind. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin, nestled in the trees, looked peaceful, almost serene. But I knew better. Some places aren't meant to be visited. Some things aren't meant to be seen. And sometimes the woods don't want to let you leave. My name's Mark Holloway. I'm 41 now, but this happened in the summer of 2016, when I was 32. I was working for a small construction company in Oregon at the time, mostly patch jobs, roofing, and framing small structures. We weren't making much, but the work was steady, and I liked being outside more than sitting behind a desk. That summer had been dry. Dust blew in every time I opened the truck, and the trees were stiff with heat. There was a guy named Ray who used to work with us, older than me by about 20 years, but built like a bull and strong as hell. He had this cabin way up north, out past La Pine, near a place called Davis Lake. Not on the main road, miles off it, really. The place wasn't fancy. It was an old hunting cabin his dad had built in the 70s. Just wood, nails, and a metal roof that clanged during windstorms. No plumbing, just a hand pump well and a compost toilet out back. But it was his. Ray died that May. Heart attack in his garage. His wife, Donna, found him slumped over the back tire of his Silverado. I didn't know him as well as some of the other guys, but we'd done plenty of jobs together. When the news hit, our boss gave us the day off. A few of us went to the funeral, real quiet service at a little Lutheran church near Redmond. A few weeks later, Donna asked our crew if we could head up to the cabin and help pack some stuff up. She didn't want to keep it, said the place reminded her too much of Ray, wanted it cleared out, maybe to sell it. She couldn't do it on her own, and her kids were scattered across the state. My boss asked me to go up and take care of it. He even gave me an extra day off to drive up, clean things out, and bring back anything she needed. So that's how I ended up alone in Ray's cabin, in the middle of nowhere. The drive up took about 4.5 hours. I left on a Thursday morning with the company truck, some empty bins, and a thermos of coffee. I brought a sleeping bag and a cooler too, just in case I had to spend the night. I should have turned around the minute the tires left the pavement. The forest road leading in was worse than I remembered. It forked in weird places and had no signage. I got lost twice, had to backtrack nearly a mile after realizing I'd taken a deer trail instead of the turnoff. The trees leaned in tight from both sides, and the air was dead still. When I finally rolled up to the cabin, it looked the same as it had the last time I saw it. Low and wide, with a single porch light over the door, and a metal chimney poking out like a broken pipe. The lock on the front door was busted. It looked like someone had tried to pry it open with a crowbar. I stood there for a second, not sure what to make of it. Could have been Donna or one of the kids trying to get in, but it didn't look right. The wood was splintered. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was stale, smelled like dust and old wood. The cabin was one big room, with a cot against one wall, a wood stove in the corner, and shelves lined with canned food, tools, and old hunting gear. Ray's rifle rack was empty. That bothered me. Ray always kept 2 rifles up there, a .30-06 and an old lever-action Marlin. They were missing. I checked around, thinking maybe someone moved them or took them home, but I didn't find any notes or signs of packing. A few boxes sat near the door, still full of tools and supplies. Whoever had been here didn't stay long. I radioed back to the office just to let someone know I made it. I told them about the door, but nobody seemed too concerned. Just make a list, grab what I could, and get out of there. That was the plan. I started in the back, near the cot. There was a footlocker under the bed. Inside were some old blankets, a few spare rounds of ammo, and a faded photo of Ray holding a buck he must have shot years ago. I tossed the blankets into one of the bins and kept going. By sundown, I'd cleared about half the shelves. I lit the gas lamp over the table and ate a sandwich from the cooler. The forest outside was dark. No crickets, no wind. Just the hum of the lamp and the sound of wood creaking under its own weight. I wasn't planning on staying, but by the time I finished sorting through the gear, it was almost 10. Driving that road back in the dark didn't seem smart. I rolled out the sleeping bag on the cot and locked the door best I could with a spare latch I found in Ray's toolbox. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, something rustling in the brush, but it was too steady, too slow, like someone walking. I sat up, heart pounding. The lamp had gone out, and the cabin was pitch black. I grabbed my flashlight and listened. The footsteps stopped. I got up and moved to the window. Nothing. But then I noticed something strange. The door latch was unhooked. I was sure I latched it. I know I did. I remember testing it twice before I lay down. But now it dangled loose, and the door was cracked an inch open. I backed away and grabbed the hatchet from the tool pile. I pressed my back against the wall and waited. No more sounds. I stayed like that for almost 20 minutes before I dared move. I shut the door tight and dragged the heavy workbench in front of it. Then I sat in the cot with the hatchet in my lap and the flashlight pointing at the door. Sleep didn't come easy. Next morning, I checked outside. There were footprints. Clear ones. Human. Barefoot too, which made it even worse. The prints came from the woods on the north side, walked right up to the porch and then back into the trees. Who the hell walks barefoot through pine forest in the middle of the night? I took photos with my phone, packed the bins into the truck, and locked up what I could. But as I turned the key, something stopped me. The woods were silent. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. I stood there for a minute, 1 foot in the truck, scanning the trees. Then I saw it. Someone was standing at the edge of the forest. Not moving, not hiding, just watching. I couldn't see his face, just a figure. Tall, lanky, arms hanging low like a scarecrow. I blinked, and he stepped back behind a tree. That was enough for me. I slammed the door shut, turned the ignition, and peeled down that forest road like hell was behind me. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. Back at the shop, I showed the boss the photos, told him everything. He nodded, didn't say much. Later, I heard Donna had the place boarded up and listed for sale. But nobody wanted it. Too remote, too rough. I didn't think I'd ever see that place again. But 3 years later, I got a letter. It was from Ray's son, Jared. He was living in Texas now. Said they were finally selling the cabin and needed someone to do one last inventory check. Said my name came up because I'd been there before. I should have thrown that letter away. Instead, I called the number and said I'd do it. They wired me some cash and mailed a key. I told myself it would be quick. In and out. One afternoon, I brought a .38 with me this time. When I pulled up to the cabin, the front door was wide open. Inside, things were worse than I expected. The place had been ransacked. Drawers open, cans spilled, furniture overturned. It looked like someone had been living there. There was a smell too. Rotten meat, urine, mold. I called out even though I knew not to. No answer. I moved through each room, gun in hand. The cot was shredded. The walls were scratched. Actual claw marks, deep ones right into the wood. I found bones in the corner. Small ones, maybe raccoon or squirrel, but picked clean. Then I heard the floor creak behind me. I turned and raised the gun, but there was no one. just the door swinging closed in the wind. I cleared the rest of the place and locked the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat in the truck with the gun in my lap, waiting for morning. At first light, I walked the perimeter. I found more Barefoot tracks, but these weren't fresh. They'd been there a while, and there were dozens, like someone had paced around that cabin night after night, circling it, watching it. That's when I found the hole, out back, near the outhouse. It was a pit, maybe 4 feet deep, covered with sticks and leaves. Inside were animal bones, torn blankets, and something else. A boot, men's size 10. Same brand Ray used to wear. I don't know why, but I looked inside. There was a foot still in it. That was it. I got in the truck and drove straight to the sheriff's office in Bend. I told them everything. They sent a team out, and for a while I thought maybe that would be the end of it. But they never found anyone. No signs of recent activity. Just old tracks, animal bones, and a rotted boot. They logged it as animal activity and said the foot probably belonged to a hunter who got lost. Case closed. But I know better. Ray didn't die in his garage. I think he went up to the cabin that spring and never came back. I think someone else drove his truck home. Maybe someone who knew where he kept the keys. Maybe someone who used to live out in those woods. I sold my gun 2 years ago, moved into the city, and haven't camped since. But sometimes, when the nights are quiet, I still see that cabin in my mind. I see the footprints in the dirt, the scratches on the walls, and I wonder if that thing is still out there, barefoot in the forest, waiting for someone else to come back. Someone like me. It was October 2018 when I took the trip. I had just turned 37, recently gone through a split with my girlfriend of 4 years, and work was burning me out. I was managing a logistics team at a warehouse in Des Moines, Iowa, and the stress of daily deadlines, staffing issues, and corporate restructuring had been gnawing at me for over a year. I wasn't sleeping right. I had put on weight. My blood pressure was up, and I could feel myself getting irritable over the smallest things. I didn't have kids. I didn't have any real reason to stay in the city, so when my cousin Brad mentioned he was selling off some old land our grandfather left us near the Nebraska border, I asked if I could go stay out there for a bit before it got sold. Brad said that was fine as long as I didn't mind being out there alone. The place was barely kept up, a hunting cabin we hadn't visited since we were teens. But that was exactly what I needed. A break, a chance to be by myself, away from computers, schedules, and meetings. The land was about 40 acres, tucked off an unpaved service road a few miles off Highway 20. If you weren't looking for the turn, you'd miss it. Just brush and gravel and the remnants of a cattle fence long since fallen apart. Brad had last been out there 5 years ago. Said the cabin was still standing but probably musty and cold. I packed my Ford Escape with a sleeping bag, propane heater, canned food, a rifle, and some basic tools. I brought firewood in case the fireplace worked, and enough bottled water for a week. I also brought my old hiking boots and 2 pocket knives, just out of habit more than necessity. It took 5 hours to get there from Des Moines. The last stretch down the dirt road was rough, and at times I wasn't sure the SUV would make it through the soft parts. But eventually I reached the clearing. The cabin was still there, sagging a little more than I remembered, but intact. One window was cracked. The porch steps were soft and gave a little under my weight. The forest had crept in on all sides. Tall pines and dense brush, branches almost brushing the roof. It was secluded, quiet, no cell signal at all. That was the point. Inside, it was cold and dark. Dust layered every surface. There was a moldy smell, but nothing unbearable. I opened the windows to air it out and lit the propane heater while I unpacked. The cabin was just one room, with a wood stove in the corner, a cot against the back wall, and a table with 2 chairs near the front. There was no plumbing, no electricity, but I'd known that going in. That first night, I slept surprisingly well. The silence was total. No traffic, no buzzing streetlights, no neighbors yelling. Just the sound of wind moving through the trees. I sat by the fire most of the evening, watching the flames and thinking about nothing. It was the second night that something felt different. I'd spent the day hiking the trails that wove through the trees behind the cabin, remembering how Brad and I used to shoot squirrels and build forts from fallen logs. It was nostalgic, peaceful. I saw deer prints, coyote scat, and even a pile of bones, maybe a raccoon or something smaller. Nature doing its thing. But that night, around 1 or 2 in the morning, I woke up. Not to a noise, just a feeling, like something had changed in the room. The fire had died down to embers, and the heater hissed quietly in the corner. But I felt watched. I sat up and listened. Nothing. No footsteps. No branches cracking. Just wind. I checked the door. Still locked. I looked out the window. Just blackness. But I couldn't shake the unease. I figured it was just being out of my comfort zone. No big deal. I went back to sleep. The next morning, I found something strange near the edge of the clearing.
Bootprints.
Not mine. I followed them a few feet into the brush. They led in from the trees, circled behind the cabin, and disappeared near a thicket. I knelt and looked closely. They were deep, like someone heavy had made them. Size 11, maybe 12. Not fresh, but not old either. Could have been from a hunter. Maybe someone just passing through. Still, it was weird. This wasn't public land. It was private property, and it had no trail markers, no campsites. The idea that someone had walked around the cabin in the night without knocking or announcing themselves unsettled me. That night, I locked the door again and kept the rifle closer to the cot. I didn't sleep well. I kept listening for sounds, but the woods were quiet again. The fire cracked. The heater hissed. I dozed off and on. Around 3, I woke up again. This time it was a sound, a soft scratching near the door. I froze. I didn't move. I held my breath. Came again. Slow. Scrape. Scrape. Then it stopped. I waited for a full minute before getting up and walking to the door. I didn't open it. I just stood there listening. My heart was thudding in my chest. I couldn't hear anything. I looked through the window again. Nothing. Just darkness and the vague shapes of trees. The heater was still hissing. I stayed awake the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I went outside and looked around. No new prints. No scratches on the door. Nothing to prove anything had happened. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some animal nosing around. I went for another hike, trying to relax. I brought the rifle this time, just in case. But I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. Every time I stopped, I thought I heard movement behind me. Twigs snapping, the shuffle of leaves. But nothing ever showed itself. That night, I built a bigger fire and didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair facing the door, rifle across my lap. The wind howled outside, and the trees groaned, but otherwise it was still. At some point, just before dawn, I heard footsteps. Not an animal. Heavy, deliberate, crunching through the brush. I stood up, slowly, and stepped to the window. I could barely see, but there was movement, just at the edge of the clearing. A tall shape, too tall. It wasn't walking like a person. It sort of shuffled. Its limbs didn't move right, like it was injured or pretending. Then it stopped, dead still. I couldn't make out details, just the silhouette. It was turned toward the cabin, toward me. It stayed like that for maybe 10 minutes. Then it backed away, slowly, and disappeared into the trees. I didn't move until the sun was up. When I went outside, there were tracks again. Barefoot, in the frost.
Nos shoes.
Human-shaped, but longer. The toes splayed wide, and the stride was too long for someone of average height. I followed them for a while, shotgun in hand, but they disappeared into a rocky slope near a dry creek bed. I didn't want to follow further. That day, I considered packing up and leaving, but the SUV was low on gas, and I didn't feel right traveling without sleep. I told myself I'd stay one more night, then head out in the morning. I made sure the fire was stocked high. I moved the cot to the far wall and kept the rifle next to me. I even set up a small tripwire bell system I'd made with some fishing line and tin cans. It wasn't much, but it made me feel better. At around midnight, I heard the bell. Just one ring, then silence. I grabbed the rifle and moved to the window. Nothing. Then I saw it again. The same tall shape standing at the treeline. Stepped forward, slow, deliberate, and then it crawled. Not walked. It dropped to all fours and moved fast.
Inhum anli fast.
Across the clearing, toward the cabin. I backed away from the window and raised the rifle. Pointed it at the door. My heart was pounding so loud I thought I'd faint. Then the scratching started again. This time it wasn't slow. It was frantic, like claws on the wood. Then silence. I waited for hours. It never tried to break in. It never made another sound. When daylight came, I opened the door. There were deep gouges in the wood, and on the ground hair. Coarse, dark, like from a deer, but thicker, clotted. I packed my gear in 10 minutes. I didn't clean up. I didn't check the trails. I drove out, swerving through the brush and bouncing down the dirt road until I hit the highway. I didn't stop until I was halfway home. I never told Brad what I saw. I told him the place was too cold, too isolated. He sold the land 2 months later. Whoever bought it tore the cabin down, built a new structure further back from the road. I've looked it up on satellite maps. There's a new fence, solar panels, even a barn. But every so often, I wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for scratching, and I remember that shape in the trees, the way it crawled, the way it waited. It wasn't a person. It wasn't an animal. I don't know what it was, but I know it watched me, and I know it's still out there. The rain hadn't stopped for hours. It was the kind of storm that slapped against the windows and hammered the earth outside, as though the sky itself was angry. I had been driving for what seemed like forever, my headlights cutting through the thick downpour, trying to navigate through the endless stretch of countryside. There wasn't a soul in sight, no lights in the distance, no signs of life anywhere. I was looking for the cabin. It had been my grandfather's, a small, weathered building on the edge of a long-abandoned graveyard. I never thought I'd be here, never wanted to, but when my mother passed a few months ago, she left me the cabin. And with it, all the memories, all the stories. My mom never talked much about her side of the family, but I knew enough to understand that her childhood here had been strange, to say the least. The few times she mentioned the cabin, there was always an underlying tone, something off about it. Still, when she left it to me, I couldn't turn it down. It seemed like the right thing to do. I wasn't prepared for the isolation. The road finally took a sharp turn, and there it was, the cabin, the same one I'd seen in old photographs, with its sagging roof and rotting wood. It sat just behind a rusted iron gate, half hidden by the overgrowth, like it had been swallowed by the earth over time. The graveyard stretched out beyond it, rows of weathered headstones leaning at odd angles. Some were so old the names had worn away, while others were fresh, their granite surfaces gleaming faintly in the rain. The place felt dead, not just in the literal sense, but in a way that made you question whether it had ever truly been alive at all. I parked my car near the gate, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the rain. My boots sunk slightly into the muddy earth as I made my way toward the cabin. The wind howled, making the trees creak in protest, and the dark clouds overhead seemed to hang heavier the closer I got. It was as if the world itself was pressing down on me, making everything feel tight, suffocating. But the cabin was my responsibility now, no matter how strange it felt to be standing here. The door creaked open with a groan as I stepped inside. The air inside was stale, filled with the smell of mildew and old wood. It was cold, colder than it should have been for a late spring evening. My breath fogged up in the air as I made my way through the darkened rooms, my flashlight beam darting around, revealing the dust-covered furniture and cobwebs hanging from the ceiling. The cabin was small, just a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. There was no need for more. The land here was desolate, and even when my mother had grown up, the cabin had been more of a retreat than a real home. I set my bag down in the corner, my eyes scanning the room. Something felt off. Not in the way I had expected, like a creeping sense of unease from a long-forgotten past. It wasn't just the isolation, though that certainly contributed. There was something in the air, something thicker than the rainwater soaking into the wood. The kind of feeling you get when you know you're being watched but can't see anyone. I walked over to the small kitchen and began to unpack some supplies. As I opened a cupboard to store the canned food, a small object caught my eye. It was a black and white photograph, tucked under an old stack of papers. I picked it up carefully, wiping the dust away. It was a photo of a woman, standing near the cabin, her face partially obscured by shadows. Her clothes were old-fashioned, almost Victorian, and her eyes seemed too dark, too piercing. There was something unsettling about the way she looked, something predatory, like she was waiting for me to look back at her. I shoved the photo back into the cupboard quickly, trying to shake off the strange feeling. I spent the next hour or so settling in, trying to make the place livable. I stacked firewood by the hearth, cleaned the fireplace, and made sure the cabin was secure for the night. The storm outside raged on, the wind battering against the walls, making the whole cabin groan and creak in protest. By the time I finished, I was exhausted. It had been a long drive, and the weight of the cabin's history was wearing on me. I didn't want to be here longer than necessary, but some duty, kept me from leaving. I decided to turn in early. The bed was small, tucked into one of the bedrooms at the back of the cabin. The sheets were old, but clean, and the mattress creaked as I laid down, staring up at the ceiling. The storm had settled a bit, but the occasional clap of thunder shook the house. Every time I tried to close my eyes, I thought I could hear something, like a footstep or the sound of something brushing against the walls outside. It was ridiculous, I told myself. There was no one out there, but it kept happening, just enough to keep me from sleep. I got up around midnight, my nerves shot. I needed something to calm me down. I grabbed a jacket and stepped outside. The rain still coming down in sheets, but at least the wind had died off. The graveyard loomed just beyond the cabin, the headstones like dark sentinels, watching me as I walked toward the old iron fence. I don't know why I went there. Something pulled me. Maybe it was the need to understand why I felt so uneasy, or maybe I just wanted to stretch my legs after being cooped up inside all evening. But as I walked, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I reached the gate, the rusted metal cold under my fingers. As I peered into the graveyard, I saw something, a figure. It wasn't tall, but it was hunched, like someone crouching in the shadows. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't tell if it was just the angle, the rain distorting the light, or if there was really someone there. I took a step forward, then another, the wet ground squishing under my boots. As I got closer, the figure seemed to grow larger, more defined. I squinted, trying to make out any details, but the shadows made it impossible. And then, just as I was about to step into the graveyard, the figure moved. A sharp, jerking motion, almost too fast, sent a chill down my spine. I froze. I couldn't tell what it was, man, woman, or something else entirely, but I knew I wasn't alone. I turned and ran back to the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced with thoughts. Maybe it was just an animal or someone who had gotten lost in the storm. But the way it moved, no animal moved like that, and there was no one else for miles. I bolted the door shut behind me, leaning against it for a moment to catch my breath. The rain pounded against the roof, but all I could hear in that moment was the beating of my heart, too loud in the silence of the cabin. I didn't sleep that night, not at all. Every creak of the cabin, every snap of a branch outside, made me jump. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, barely daring to move. By morning, the storm had cleared. The sun was weak, casting a pale light over the cabin and the graveyard beyond. Everything felt still, too still, like the world was holding its breath. I spent the next few hours packing up my things. There was no way I was staying another night. I'd figure out what to do with the cabin later, maybe sell it, maybe have it torn down. But I wasn't staying. As I walked to my car, I glanced one last time toward the graveyard. The figure was gone. But there, at the edge of the fence, was a freshly dug grave. A simple mound of dirt.
No marker.
Just a fresh hole in the earth. And that was when I knew. I wasn't just staying in a cabin in a graveyard. I was staying in a place where the dead still had a voice. It was the summer of 2016 when I took a break from everything. I was 32 years old then, and I had been living in Bristol for almost 10 years. After years of city life working in a small IT company, I felt burnt out. Things at work weren't going well, and after a breakup with someone I had been with for 3 years, I just needed space. No calls, no traffic, no apartment walls pressed too close together. I wanted a place where I could breathe. That's when I remembered the farm cabin my uncle used to own in the countryside near the border of Wales. It had been left to rot after he passed. He didn't have children, and most of the family had moved away. The land was still technically owned by my father, who never did anything with it. I called him, told him I was thinking of spending a few weeks out there. He didn't care. He just said to be careful, that the place hadn't been touched in years. So I packed my things, got into my aging Volvo, and made the 5-hour drive out to Powys, near a small village called Llanfillin. That part of Wales is beautiful but quiet. Hills, mist, trees that seem too old to still be standing. You can drive for miles and not see a single house. The cabin was on the edge of an overgrown property, set back off a cracked gravel road, surrounded by acres of empty farmland and dense woodland that curled up around the hills. I arrived in the late afternoon. The place was a mess. The wooden cabin was covered in moss and ivy, windows clouded with dirt. There was a shed near the back, sagging in the middle like it would collapse if you breathed on it. I parked beside the house and stepped out. The air smelled earthy, rich with the scent of wet leaves and old bark. It was quiet, not peaceful quiet, but a kind of silence that made your ears ring. I had brought basic supplies, food for a few weeks, bottled water, tools, a battery-powered generator, and a few solar lights I could hang up. I had no plans to live in luxury. I just wanted to be away. Inside, the cabin was mostly intact. The floorboards creaked, and there was a layer of dust on everything, but the structure was solid. There was a single bedroom, a bathroom with a water tank that hadn't been used in years, and a kitchen that still had pots and pans from who knows when. I spent the rest of the evening cleaning, setting up my gear, and making a spot to sleep. By nightfall, I had the place lit with soft yellow bulbs, a small stove going to warm the air, and a simple meal in my stomach. I sat on the old wooden porch with a cup of coffee, looking out at the dark fields and tree lines. No phone signal, no internet, just me and the wind. The first night was quiet. I slept better than I had in months. It wasn't until the third day that I started to feel like something wasn't right. I woke up that morning and noticed something odd near the tree line. About 50 meters from the back of the cabin, there was a pile of rocks that hadn't been there before, just stacked up like someone had built a small tower. I assumed it was animals or maybe the result of old farming debris. I didn't think much of it, but the next morning the stack was gone. In its place were 3 long pieces of wood, laid on the ground in the shape of an arrow, pointing toward the woods. That's when I started keeping track of everything. Each day something small changed. One morning, I found an old bucket hanging from a branch that hadn't been there before. Another day, the shed door, which I always kept closed with a rope, was wide open, rope missing. The 5th night, I was woken up by a loud bang outside. Around 2 a.m., I jumped out of bed, heart pounding. I grabbed the flashlight and shined it through the dirty window. Nothing, just wind and shadows. I stayed up until sunrise, pacing the cabin. The next morning, I checked around. One of the wooden chairs I had on the porch was gone. It was just gone. I didn't sleep that night either. By the end of the first week, I felt like I was being watched. That kind of thing is hard to explain. It's not just paranoia. It's the way the air feels heavier, like something is near, just outside of sight. Every time I walked outside, I caught myself glancing at the trees, scanning for movement. I started carrying a hammer with me, even during the day. I thought about leaving. I had my car. I could have driven away, but I told myself it was nothing, just an old property playing tricks on me, my brain trying to fill in the silence. That's what I kept telling myself. Then things got worse. One morning, I walked out and found animal bones stacked in a neat little pile by the back steps. Clean, dry bones. A skull on top. A rabbit or something like that. It wasn't there the night before. 2 days later, I found footprints in the mud behind the cabin. Bare feet, human, leading from the edge of the woods to the back door. Then back again. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with every light I had on, hammer in hand, staring at the door. Nothing happened. In the morning, I found the generator unplugged. I had to go into town. I needed a break. I drove to Landfillin and sat in the little pub for hours, nursing a warm pint and pretending I was just passing through. I thought about staying at a motel, but something pulled me back. I told myself I was imagining everything, that nobody was out there, that the weirdness was all in my head. So I went back. That was my mistake. I stayed 1 more week. The weirdness never stopped. Every day there was something new. A shirt I left on the porch went missing. I found it 3 days later, folded neatly and sitting on the bed. I started hearing noises at night, scraping sounds like nails against wood. Once, I heard what I thought was breathing just outside the window, slow and steady. When I turned on the lights and looked, there was nothing. One morning, I found a knife stuck into the front door, one of my own kitchen knives, just stabbed into the center of the wood, dead middle. No note, no marks, just the knife. That was the final straw. I packed my things in less than 2 hours. The sun was going down as I loaded up the last of my stuff. I was drenched in sweat, shaking, my heart pounding so hard I felt sick. I wanted to believe it was some local kids messing with me, some sick joke, but it didn't feel like that. It felt deliberate, slow, personal. I was about to get in the car when I saw something that froze me in place. Near the tree line, the same spot where the rock pile had been days ago, stood a man, tall, thin, wearing dark, torn clothes, standing perfectly still. I stared at him. He didn't move, didn't wave, just stood there, watching. I got in the car and drove. I didn't stop until I was 2 hours away. I never told anyone about what happened. A month later, I got a call from a man who said he worked for the land survey office in Powys. He was updating property records. He asked if I had any plans for the land. I told him no, that I wanted nothing to do with it. I asked if anyone lived near there. He said no. The nearest occupied farm was nearly 4 miles away. Before we hung up, I asked him something that had been eating at me since I left. I asked if anyone had ever reported strange things on that property. He was quiet for a moment, then told me that about 15 years ago, someone had squatted on the land. A man. Nobody knew who he was. He'd built a shack deep in the woods and lived off the grid for years. Locals said he was a drifter. Police cleared him out after some complaints. He vanished after that. Never found. I hung up and deleted his number. I don't go to the countryside anymore. I never saw that man's face clearly, but sometimes, late at night, I see him in my head, standing at the edge of the trees, watching, waiting, and I still don't know what he wanted, or how long he had been watching me before I noticed. But I do know one thing: that cabin isn't empty, and it never was. My name's Daniel. I was 35 at the time this happened, back in 2014. I lived in Bristol then, worked as a freelance site inspector for small construction jobs, mostly old properties out in rural towns. I was the kind of guy who liked peace and quiet, never liked crowds much. I didn't have kids, wasn't married, and didn't have many friends. I liked being out of the way, away from people. I'd been hired by a guy named McAllister. He was older, maybe in his 60s, and he'd bought an old timber frame cabin near a place called Knighton, on the border between Wales and England. The place had been abandoned for a while, apparently since the late 80s. It was small, just one main room, a tiny kitchen, and a bedroom off to the side. No modern heating, just an old cast iron stove and a fireplace. McAllister had plans to fix it up. Not for renting or selling. He wanted to retire there in a few years, and before any proper renovation crew came in, he wanted someone to go out there for a few nights, check the foundation, the roof, water access, anything that might be a money pit before he threw any real cash at it. He paid me in advance for 3 nights. I'd sleep there, test the plumbing, check the insulation, monitor for any wildlife damage or structural issues. I'd done similar things before, usually in cottages or old council houses, but this was a proper cabin in the woods. He said there was a generator, but it might be unreliable. There was no mobile signal, and the nearest proper road was about 2 miles away, with only a gravel path leading up to the place. It sounded perfect. The week before I left, it rained constantly. That part of the country, Shropshire and Powys, gets drenched in early spring. When I got there on a Monday morning, the dirt path up to the cabin was so muddy I had to leave my van halfway and walk the rest of the way on foot, carrying 2 bags, one with tools and the other with clothes and food. I arrived at the cabin around 11 in the morning. The trees were so thick around the place that it looked like someone had just dropped the house in the middle of a forest. Everything was wet and dark, even though it was daytime. The wood of the cabin was grayed, warped in some places. Ivy climbed halfway up the side, and the front door creaked when I opened it. Inside, the place smelled like damp wood and old dust. There was one small window in the main room and another in the bedroom. The kitchen was basic, just a deep sink, a hand pump for water, and some empty shelves. I found the fuse box, checked the generator, and fired it up. It rattled and wheezed but came to life. Some dim bulbs flickered on. I spent the first day inspecting everything. Took photos, wrote down notes, measured corners, knocked on beams. The cabin was in better shape than I expected. The roof didn't leak, though there were a few soft spots. The floorboards groaned, but they were solid. I checked under the cabin, crawled into the low space under the back wall, and found some droppings, probably fox or badger, but no rot or real danger. That night, I built a fire in the stove and ate some soup out of a tin. The wind outside kept shaking the trees, and it was hard to tell what was a real sound and what was just the forest settling. I wasn't scared, but I was alert. In the woods, sounds bounce weird. I'd been alone in places like this before, but never this far out. By 10, I turned the generator off to save fuel. I used a headlamp to brush my teeth and went to bed on the old cot someone had left there. I remember waking up once in the night because I thought I heard a scratching sound outside, but I was half asleep and figured it was just an animal, maybe a branch. I didn't get up. The second day was more of the same. I tested the water line, climbed onto the roof with my ladder, took more photos. I ate lunch sitting on the steps, facing the trees. It rained on and off all day, never heavy, just a constant drizzle. I saw no other people, no animals, not even a bird. It was strange how quiet it was, now that I think back on it.
No motor sounds.
No wind chimes, no signs of life. That night, I lit a small fire again, used a lantern instead of the generator, and read a book. Around 9, I stepped out back to have a smoke. That's when I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the trees, just barely visible where the tree line began, maybe 30-40 feet from the cabin. She wore a pale blue coat, long enough to reach past her knees. Her hair looked dark, but it was hard to see clearly. She wasn't moving. She just stood there with both arms at her sides, facing the cabin. I don't know how long she'd been there. I froze at first. The cigarette burned down in my fingers, and I didn't even feel it. I just stared. I waited for her to move, to wave, to say something, but she didn't. I backed inside slowly and closed the door, locked it. Then I went to the window and looked through the slit in the curtain. She was still there. After maybe 2 minutes, she turned around without any hurry and walked into the woods. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I walked out to where she'd been standing. The ground was soft and muddy from the rain, but there were no footprints. The grass was slightly bent in one spot, but it could have been anything. I went a little deeper into the woods, called out just in case, even though I wasn't sure why. It didn't make sense. There were no houses nearby.
No trails.
She had no dog, no torch, no bag. I spent most of that third day jumpy. Every creak in the cabin made me twitch. I didn't go back onto the roof or under the house. I stayed indoors, organizing my notes, flipping through the photos I'd taken. I kept the fire going all day, partly for the heat, partly for the company. That evening, just before sundown, I checked the fuel in the generator. Then I saw her again. This time, she was standing behind the cabin, about 20 feet away. She wasn't in the exact same spot as before, but it was the same posture. Facing me, arms still, head tilted a little. She wasn't closer, but she felt closer. More direct, like she wanted me to see her. She didn't walk away this time. She just stood there until I went back inside and pulled the curtain shut. I stayed up that night, drinking tea and watching the back window. Around midnight, I fell asleep in the chair. When I woke up, the sun was just rising, and the back door was open. I know I locked it. I'm obsessive about that. The lock was still intact.
No scratches.
Nothing stolen. Nothing moved. But the door was slightly open, just enough to feel wrong. I stepped outside with a hammer in my hand, looked around. The trees were wet with fog. The air was cold. I didn't see her, but I found something near the base of the tree line. A hairpin. One of those old-fashioned ones, the kind my grandmother used to wear. It had a bit of rust on it. Looked like it had been dropped recently. That was the final night of my job there. I packed everything up, double-checked my notes, and by afternoon, I started walking back down the muddy road toward my van. I kept checking over my shoulder the entire time. McAllister was happy with the report. I didn't tell him about the woman. I didn't think he'd believe me, and I couldn't explain it anyway. 2 weeks later, I got curious. I looked up some records on the cabin, who owned it before McAllister, how long it had been empty. It used to belong to a couple, David and Eleanor Price. They bought it in 1977. Eleanor went missing in 1989. Never found. David died in 1994. No foul play, no signs of a struggle. Just a woman who went out for a walk and never came back. I still don't know if that was her. What sticks with me isn't just that I saw her. It's how she acted. Not like someone lost. Not like someone scared or in trouble. Just still. Intent. She never tried to approach. Never tried to speak. She just watched. Like she was waiting to see what I'd do. I've stayed in a lot of empty places since then. Quiet houses. Vacant hotels. Abandoned pubs. But that cabin is the only place I ever left feeling like someone else had been waiting there too. I never went back. McAllister did some light renovation and moved in, but he sold the place less than a year later. Said he just couldn't settle in, couldn't relax, couldn't explain it. I think about that woman sometimes, especially when I'm out in the woods. I still don't know who she was, or what she wanted, or even if she was real. But I know what I saw. I know the way she looked at me, and I know I won't ever forget it. I was 35 when I decided to leave everything behind and go off the grid for a while. I'd spent the last 10 years working in construction in Birmingham, mostly city jobs. Deadlines, noise, traffic, bosses who didn't care if your back gave out. I was done with all of it. In October 2019, I quit and left the city behind. A friend of mine, Darren, told me about this old cabin in the far north of Scotland near a place called Kinlochbervie. Said it used to belong to his uncle, and he hadn't been up there in over a decade. I asked if I could stay there for a bit, just to be alone and breathe. He gave me the keys and told me to bring my own generator, firewood, and food. The place had no signal, no running water, no heating, just an old stone structure surrounded by woods. The drive took me 11 hours. The roads got narrower the further I went. Potholes, mud, and long stretches without seeing a single house. By the time I reached the place, it was nearly dark. The cabin sat on a slight hill, hidden between thick pine trees. The air was cold and smelled like wet bark and peat. I stepped out of the van, stretched my back, and took in the silence. Not just quiet, but a heavy kind of silence. The kind you feel in your chest. I unpacked slowly. Generator first, then fuel, then the food supplies. I had tinned beans, instant noodles, rice, oats, and a bunch of snacks. I also brought a rifle, mostly because Darren had said wild boar sometimes came close. I doubted that, but better safe than sorry. Inside, the cabin was simple. One main room with a wood stove, a small kitchen counter, and a single bed in the corner. There was a shed out back with chopped wood and some tools. The generator hummed low once I started it. I lit the fire and sat on the floor for a long time, just listening to the crackling. I spent the first 3 days clearing the area around the cabin. Branches had overgrown the path, and there was moss creeping up the stone walls. I didn't see a single person, not even a car on the nearby track. It was perfect. Every night I cooked, ate, and read by flashlight. I'd brought old paperbacks and a journal. I started writing again, something I hadn't done in years. But on the fourth night, something started to feel off. It rained that night, hard. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of dripping. A leak had started near the corner of the room. I got up to put a pan under it and noticed something strange outside. I had one small window above the kitchen counter. There was no curtain, just glass. And through it, I could see a faint light, like a moving torchlight deeper in the woods. At first, I thought I imagined it. Then it stopped, disappeared. I stood there for a long time, staring out into the trees. The rain made it hard to see clearly, but I was sure something had moved. Next morning, I searched the woods. Nothing. No footprints, no tire tracks. But the ground was wet and soft, and I figured if someone had been walking, there would have been some sign. I found none. I told myself it was probably lightning or maybe just my eyes playing tricks, but I couldn't shake it. That evening, I was chopping more firewood when I heard the sound of an engine, faint but steady. Then I saw headlights bouncing between the trees. A dark green 4x4 came up the track, slowly, like the driver didn't want to be seen. It pulled up about 20 yards from the cabin. I stepped back into the shadows of the shed and waited. A man got out, tall, built like someone who'd spent his life outdoors. Wore a police uniform, but it was old-looking, not the modern ones with reflective stripes. His badge read Sergeant Keene. He stood still for a while, looking at the cabin like he was thinking hard about something. Then he walked around to the back. I stepped out and called to him. He turned quickly, surprised. I told him I was staying with permission from the owner, Darren. I told him who I was and asked if everything was okay. He looked at me for a long time. His eyes were tired, dark under the brim of his cap. He said he was just checking out the property, that sometimes kids came up here to break in or mess around. I told him I hadn't seen anyone. He nodded and walked back to his car. No more than that. Drove off. But the way he had looked at the cabin made my stomach knot, like the place meant something to him. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me flinch. I kept the rifle close. I even turned the generator off early. Sat in the dark. No more strange lights. No more sounds. Just cold, tight silence. The next day, I hiked further into the woods. I found a small, man-made clearing about 20 minutes away. There were rusted tin cans, a burned-out fire pit, and something else. Patch of disturbed earth, like someone had dug there recently. The soil was a different color. I didn't have a shovel, but I knelt down and scratched at it with my hands. Under a few inches of dirt, I found a strip of cloth, torn, dirty, with what looked like dried blood on it. I buried it again and walked back fast. That evening, the green 4x4 returned. This time, Sergeant Keene didn't get out. He just parked at the edge of the woods and sat there with the engine running for nearly 10 minutes. Then he drove off. I didn't go outside. I just watched him from the window. The next morning, I took a longer hike toward the edge of the forest where the hills opened up. I needed space to think. And from a higher spot, I saw something strange down in a shallow valley. A second cabin. Older, smaller, and more broken down. It wasn't on Darren's map. I made my way down slowly. The windows were shattered. The door was off its hinges. Inside, there were beer bottles, a mattress, and old police caution tape hanging off a nail. I didn't step fully inside. I just looked from the doorway. Something bad had happened there. I walked back and waited. That evening, Keene didn't come, but 2 days later, he did. And this time, he wasn't alone. Another man was in the passenger seat, dressed plain, beard, wearing gloves. They didn't come close to the cabin. They parked in the same spot and disappeared into the trees. I waited an hour. They didn't come back. I stayed up all night with the rifle on my lap, listening. I left the next morning, walked 3 miles to get a bar of phone signal and called Darren. Told him something felt wrong with the place. He was quiet for a bit, then asked me something I didn't expect. He asked if I had found the other cabin. I said yes. He told me to leave. He didn't say why, just said not to trust the local police and that his uncle had stopped going up there after an incident. When I asked what incident, he hung up. I packed everything and left that afternoon. On my way out, I passed Keene's 4x4 parked halfway up the road, just off to the side behind some trees. I kept my eyes straight and didn't stop, but something pulled at me. I wanted to know what had happened. So 2 weeks later, back in Birmingham, I started digging. Took me a while, but I found it. In 2006, a man named Thomas Hale had been shot and killed at that second cabin I found. He was 26. The official story said he had pulled a knife on a police officer during a drug search. Said he resisted arrest and lunged. The officer shot him once in the chest. No charges were filed. That officer's name was Sergeant Malcolm Keene. I found a forum post from a woman who claimed to be Thomas Hale's sister. She said the police lied. Said her brother had been staying at that cabin with friends when the police came in without warning. Said they didn't find any drugs. Said the knife was a camping tool. No one listened. The case disappeared. She also said that after the death, Sergeant Keene had been transferred to a small station in the Highlands and had stopped speaking publicly. The more I read, the more I realized how badly covered up the whole thing had been. No press photos, no real investigation, just a dead man and a closed file. And now Keene was back there, patrolling that same stretch of woods, still watching the cabin, still waiting for something. I don't know if he thought I was someone connected to that past. I don't know if he thought I knew too much, but I'm sure of this, he didn't want anyone up there. I sent what I found to a freelance journalist I knew through a friend. She looked into it, said the local station Keene worked at was closed last year due to budget cuts, that no one she called remembered the Hale case. 2 months later, she emailed me, said she'd tracked down another witness, a guy who used to live nearby, said he saw the cops beat Thomas Hale before the shooting, not the other way around. Said it was 3 officers, not 1, and that Keene was the one who fired the shot. The others just left. But that guy refused to go public. Said he was afraid. The story never made the news. Just another small-town death. Another forgotten body buried under years of silence. But I still think about that cabin. About Keene. About how he just stood there, staring like the trees were watching him back. I don't know what kind of guilt a man like that carries, but it clung to him like oil. I never went back. I sold the van, got a new job, started over again. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I see headlights through my window. Sometimes I dream of pine trees and blood in the snow. But I tell myself it's over. I left that place, but I don't think that place ever left him. It was September of 2022 when I found myself driving through northern Minnesota again, for the first time in nearly 5 years. I was 47 then. I'd left that part of the country behind after the divorce. My ex-wife, Lisa, had taken the cabin we used to own together near the edge of the Superior National Forest. I hadn't thought much about it since. I had my life in southern Indiana now. Small town, decent work fixing up old homes, enough distance from everything that used to keep me up at night. But my cousin Rob passed away suddenly, and his funeral was in Duluth. I owed it to him to be there. It had been raining most of the day by the time I headed back south. I wanted to avoid the Maine interstate for a while, just to breathe in the back roads and maybe catch a glimpse of the fall colors coming in. I didn't realize the route I picked would take me within 10 miles of the old cabin until I was already well into the forest roads. And by the time I recognized the trees and the angles of the hills, it was too late to turn back without doubling my trip. That part of the state had always been quiet, the kind of place where roads got narrower and shoulders disappeared. I'd forgotten how the air changed when you got that far north. The smell of pine, damp soil, old bark. There were fewer houses, barely any signs of life. Just the kind of thick forest that muffles your engine and makes you feel like you're being watched. I kept telling myself I'd keep driving, just pass by and not even look in that direction. But some stubborn part of me wanted to see it. The cabin. I told myself it was just curiosity. Maybe I wanted to know if it was falling apart or if someone else had bought it. Maybe I wanted to prove I was over all that. I slowed down when I reached the split in the road, the one that led off into the gravel trail toward Lake Elora. The cabin was about a half-mile down that trail. It was getting late, around 6 or so, and the rain had settled into a steady drizzle. The clouds had dropped low enough to feel like fog, hugging the ground between the trees. The gravel popped under my tires as I turned off. The woods felt the same as I remembered, thick, close, almost too still. My headlights flicked across trees I hadn't seen in years. I remembered each curve in the road, each dip and bend. It was strange how your brain keeps those little details tucked away, even after all the time and all the reasons you tried to forget. When I finally saw the clearing ahead, my heart thudded a little harder. The cabin was still standing. The same small front porch, the same narrow chimney made from river stones we'd hauled in ourselves. The green paint had faded to a grayish tone, and the roof looked like it had taken some storm damage, but it wasn't abandoned. Not completely. There was no car in the driveway, no lights on inside, but the place didn't look forgotten. The grass had been trimmed recently. The porch had a clean, swept look to it, and that old wooden chair Lisa liked was still sitting under the front awning. That hit me more than anything. I sat there for a few minutes, engine running. The rain tapped the roof of the truck, and I could hear the windshield wipers thumping every few seconds. I should have just driven away, but something made me step out. I told myself I'd just stretch my legs, just stand there a second and then move on. The minute my boots hit the gravel, I knew I was making a mistake. The air was colder than I expected, thick with moisture, and the wind through the trees had that uneasy, hushed sound to it. I walked toward the cabin slowly. The gravel was soft underfoot from the rain, and I could hear my own breathing louder than anything else. I didn't go up to the porch, just stood a few feet from it, arms crossed, jacket zipped tight. I was just about to turn back when I saw the lock on the front door. It was new. I remembered the old brass knob, the one we always talked about replacing but never did. This one was a thick, heavy-duty deadbolt. Not something you'd put on a place you only visit every now and then. Someone was staying there. I scanned the windows. Curtains were drawn tight. A small stack of firewood was lined neatly against the side wall. A fresh tire track curved from the gravel into the patch of dirt beside the porch. It looked like someone had parked there not too long ago. I turned to leave. That should have been it. But when I got back to my truck, I saw something odd. The passenger door was cracked open. I hadn't touched it. I was sure I hadn't. I kept my truck locked out of habit, especially up north. I walked around slowly, scanning the woods behind me, my eyes flicking between the trees, listening. Nothing moved. I reached out and pushed the door shut. Clicked closed easily. I yanked the handle, locked. I walked around to the driver's side, got in, started the engine, and stared out the windshield for a second. I was getting spooked, that's all. Maybe I didn't shut it tight earlier. Maybe I just imagined it cracked open. The rain could have played tricks on me. I reversed back down the gravel slowly. I didn't turn around to look at the cabin again. I hit the main road and headed south for about 5 miles before I realized something else was wrong. My duffel bag, the one I kept in the back seat, had been moved. It had been zipped up when I left Duluth. Now the zipper was halfway open, and one of my spare shirts was hanging out. I hadn't touched that bag since I packed it. I pulled over just before the next bend in the road. Got out again. Checked the rest of the truck. Glove box looked untouched. My toolbox in the back was still locked. But the bag wasn't how I left it. I opened it fully. A few things were shuffled around. One of the socks I kept rolled up was missing. Why would someone steal one sock? I zipped it up again, sat back behind the wheel, and tried to shake the cold sweat crawling up my spine. Maybe someone had been in the woods, watching. Maybe they'd seen me pull in, walked up while I was near the cabin, slipped in through the unlocked door on the passenger side, and searched the bag for anything valuable. But nothing was missing, not really. Just moved. I started driving again, a little faster this time. About 20 miles later, I pulled into a gas station near a town called Tenney. I needed to breathe, needed lights, other people around. The clerk behind the counter didn't say much when I walked in, which was fine with me. I bought coffee and filled up, then sat in the lot for a bit trying to get a grip. I almost didn't notice the muddy footprint on the inside of the passenger door. Just one. Small. Barefoot. I kept driving until I reached the motel I'd booked a few hours south. I checked the truck 3 times before I went to sleep. I locked the door with the deadbolt and the chain. I even pushed a chair up against the handle. I didn't sleep more than an hour that night. The next morning, I checked the truck again. Everything looked fine. No footprints, no signs anyone had been there. I hit the road early and made it back to Indiana that night. But over the next few days, little things started happening. My front door at home was cracked open one morning when I woke up. I thought maybe I'd forgotten to lock it. Then my shed out back was unlocked. Then I found the same muddy footprint on my garage floor. Same size, barefoot, one print. I changed the locks on everything. Set up a camera facing my driveway. I didn't see anything for a few days. Then the camera picked up something on the 3rd night. Just movement. One frame at 3:42 a.m., something dark and low to the ground, near the edge of the driveway. Could have been an animal. Could have been a shadow. Couldn't tell. I didn't sleep again after that. A week later, my neighbor across the street asked if I'd had someone over. He said he saw someone standing near my back fence at night, just after midnight. A small figure. Not a kid, he said, but not quite an adult either. Said it looked like they were barefoot. I called the cops. They came out, took a report, but didn't find anything. They checked the footage from the camera. They couldn't make anything out clearly. That night, I packed a bag and went to stay at my brother's place for a while. He lived in a more crowded part of town. I didn't tell him everything, just said I needed a break from my house. After a week, nothing happened. No signs of anything.
No muddy prints. No ad camera footage.
I went back to check on the house the next weekend. Everything looked normal except for one thing. On the kitchen counter, sitting right in the middle where I would never leave anything, was a sock. One of mine, the missing one, still damp, still dirty. I left that day and never went back. I sold the house a few months later, left Indiana altogether. I live in a small apartment now on the edge of Columbus, Ohio. I don't own a truck anymore. I sold it too. I don't keep duffel bags, or leave windows cracked open, or take detours through old memories. And I don't drive anywhere near northern Minnesota, ever again. I hadn't been back to that part of Maine since 2004. I was 22 when I left. I had no real reason to go back. I told myself I didn't belong in that town, that I hated the cold and the isolation. But deep down, I think I knew it was because of what happened that summer at the cabin. Now I was 42. I worked in logistics for a mid-sized shipping company outside Syracuse. I'd been divorced for 3 years. My son was living with his mom in Massachusetts. Things had quieted down in a way, a little too much. I started taking time off work more than usual. I drank too much. I spent a lot of time walking. No real purpose. One day I pulled out an old box from my storage unit. Inside was a folded map, paper yellowed and corners curled. On it was a red XI drawn with a felt tip marker. The cabin. I hadn't thought of it in years. Not really. I shoved the map back in the box. But 2 days later, I took it back out and just stared. Something kept pulling at me. Not nostalgia, not regret. More like unfinished business. So I packed up my Jeep with camping gear and tools and drove north for the first time in 2 decades. I told no one where I was going. I arrived in Lincoln, Maine on a Thursday afternoon in early October. The air smelled sharp, like pine needles and burning wood. A man at the gas station gave me a strange look when I asked for directions toward Route 155. I followed the cracked back road until I hit a dirt path half covered with fallen leaves. It looked barely used. The farther I went, the more I recognized little things. The bend where the birch tree had once been struck by lightning. The shallow stream with the stones we used to skip. The forest grew thicker with every mile. Eventually, I reached the clearing. The Jeep struggled in the soft soil, but I forced it through. The cabin still stood. Barely. It leaned slightly now, like the ground had shifted under it. The roof sagged in the middle. One window was completely gone, the other boarded crudely with split planks. Moss had taken the walls. A fallen tree lay beside the porch, crushing the old railing. The door was still there, slightly ajar. I killed the engine. The forest swallowed the sound instantly. Getting out, I noticed how quiet it was.
No birds.
No wind, just the sound of the leaves crunching under my boots. I grabbed my flashlight, pry bar, and a hatchet from the Jeep. I didn't want to go in empty-handed. The air felt wrong, like the kind you get before a bad storm. Inside, the cabin smelled of mildew, old wood, and rot. A rat scurried across the floorboards when I stepped in. The floor groaned beneath me. The table was still there. The wood stove. The chair I used to sit in. There were carvings on the walls. I remembered doing them. Just initials, old dates, stupid stuff. I looked at the one near the back door. **J plus S99**. Sarah. God, I hadn't thought about her in so long. The place looked worse than I expected. Mold lined the ceiling in thick gray streaks. Cobwebs dangled everywhere. I opened the pantry, empty except for a rusted can of beans and some dead insects. I checked the back room. It had been a bedroom once. Mattress long gone. Just a broken frame and a pile of insulation. One wall had a hole in it, possibly from an animal trying to get in or out. I left the door open and went to unpack the Jeep. I had planned to stay a couple of days. I set up my tent about 15 feet from the cabin, closer to the tree line. I didn't trust the cabin to be safe to sleep in, not with the roof looking like it could give at any moment. The first night, I made a small fire and sat watching the dark. There was no moon, only the crackle of flame and the occasional rustle in the woods. I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking I heard footsteps. Every few minutes, I'd shine my flashlight into the trees. Nothing, but the feeling wouldn't leave me, that something out there was watching. I told myself I was being stupid. I'd been away from nature too long. My brain was playing tricks, but I kept the hatchet close. The next day, I decided to start cleaning the inside of the cabin. Maybe it was a waste of time, but something in me needed to do it. I swept out the rat droppings and dead leaves. I pulled down the cobwebs. I found the old trapdoor in the corner. It led to a root cellar. I hadn't remembered it being there. I pried it open. The smell hit me instantly, damp earth and rot. I climbed down slowly, flashlight in hand. The cellar was low and cramped. Wooden shelves lined the walls, but most had collapsed. There were broken jars everywhere. Something glinted in the far corner. I stepped over a rusted bucket to get closer. It was a metal toolbox. I pried it open. Inside were two things: a folded piece of canvas and a hunting knife with a cracked bone handle. I picked up the knife, still sharp. The canvas had something wrapped inside. I unrolled it. Photos, old black and white prints, faded, curled at the corners. They showed the cabin, different seasons, different angles. Some had people in them. One looked like a man sitting on the porch with a rifle across his lap. Another had two boys near the tree line holding what looked like dead rabbits. Then there were newer ones, color prints from the late 90s. I recognized one. It was from the summer I came up here with two friends. I hadn't taken any photos. None of us had cameras. How did this one exist? I turned it over. On the back was written in pencil, "Three's a crowd." I stared at it for a long time. I didn't remember anyone else being there. Just me, Kyle, and Dave. I put the photos back and took the box upstairs. Later that day, I hiked to the stream for water, about half a mile down. It looked the same, still shallow, still cold. I filled my containers and rested a bit. On the way back, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Footprints. Not mine. They were fresh, slightly larger than my boot size. Not heavy, whoever made them walked light. They led toward the cabin but came from deeper in the woods. I followed them for a bit, but the trail faded near some rocks. Back at camp, I checked around the tent and the jeep. Nothing disturbed, but I kept glancing at the trees. That night, I kept the fire burning brighter and stayed up longer. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, a rustling behind the cabin, then a thud, like something hit the back wall. I grabbed my flashlight and crept around the side. The beam shook in my hand. I found nothing, just wet leaves and silence. The next morning, I found claw marks on the cabin door. Not deep, but real. 5 distinct scrapes. Could have been an animal. A bear, maybe. But then I noticed the door had been pushed open an inch more than I'd left it. I searched the cabin again. Nothing seemed missing or touched. But I kept thinking about the cellar. I went down again and checked the box. The photos were still there. I noticed something new this time. One of the shelves had a gap behind it. I pushed it aside. A small hole in the foundation, about the size of a large dog. Maybe that was how something got in. That day, I walked further north through the woods, hoping to find some sign of who else might have been around. After an hour, I saw the old hunting shack. It was barely standing, just 4 walls and a caved-in roof. Inside, I found empty beer cans, a busted lantern, and a sleeping bag, newer than anything else there. Someone had been using it. There was also a pile of bones, animal bones, mostly deer, but some too small to be deer. Squirrel, rabbit, something else. It didn't feel like a normal hunting camp. I didn't stay long. Back at the cabin, I debated leaving. But I needed to know more. Why did I come here in the first place? Why was that photo in the cellar? Who had taken it? That night, I slept in the jeep, hatchet under my arm. At 3 a.m., something slammed against the back of the vehicle. I jolted awake, heart racing. The windows were fogged. I wiped the glass and looked out. Nothing. I climbed out with the flashlight. There were new prints in the mud. Bare feet. Long, narrow. Not animal. Not booted. I backed toward the tent. Then I saw it, movement between the trees. A shape, tall, lean. It ducked behind a trunk. I didn't chase it. I waited. For hours. It never came out. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I packed up the gear. Cabin or not, I was done. I started driving back down the trail, but something made me stop halfway. I got out, walked back to the cabin one last time. On the table was a photo. It wasn't there before. It showed me, standing by the stream, from 2 days ago. Same clothes, same gear. Someone had been watching. I didn't take the photo. I didn't take anything. I drove straight to the Lincoln Sheriff's Office and told them what I'd seen. They sent someone up to check. A deputy called me 2 days later. They found the cabin, found the sleeping bag in the shack, found the prints, but nothing else. No photos, no box, no sign of anyone living in the woods. The place was empty. I never went back again. 2 months later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single photograph. It showed my Jeep driving away from the cabin, taken from the tree line. I burned it. Then I moved, changed numbers, new job, smaller town. I keep to myself now. I don't talk about Maine, but sometimes when I take the trash out at night, I swear I feel eyes on me, and I always check the mailbox, just in case. It was a cool, overcast afternoon when I arrived at the cabin. I hadn't been back to this part of the woods in years. The air had a familiar chill, the kind that hits you right in the lungs when you first step off the main trail. There was no sound but the whisper of the wind rustling through the pine trees and the occasional drip of water falling from the branches overhead. I'd always been a fan of this kind of isolation, the kind that makes you feel far from anyone, far from the chaos of the world. The cabin itself was tucked in a small clearing, about 15 miles outside of town. The same place I'd spent weekends hunting with my dad when I was younger. I was 29 now, and the memories had started to fade. But there was something about this place that brought everything back. All those old moments when life felt simpler. I thought coming back here would help me clear my mind after the mess I'd been dealing with at work and at home. I pulled my truck up to the dirt road in front of the cabin, turning off the engine. I sat there for a minute, taking in the familiar sight. The cabin looked as it always had, old but sturdy. The wood was weathered, its dark brown hue almost blending in with the surrounding forest. The roof, once a rich dark red, had faded over time, and a couple of shingles were missing, exposing the old plywood beneath. The small porch had a rickety wooden railing, and the door was a faded blue, chipped and peeling in places. I grabbed my gear from the back of the truck, including my rifle, a bag of food, and a few supplies. The wind picked up again, sending a cold shiver down my spine as I made my way up the porch steps. The old wood creaked beneath my feet. When I turned the key in the lock, it clicked easily, as if it had been waiting for me. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust and aged wood. I flicked on the light, but the bulb buzzed before flickering to life, casting a dull yellow glow across the room. A small stone fireplace sat in the center of the room, and a couple of old hunting trophies hung on the wall. I set my gear down on the table near the door and took a deep breath, appreciating the solitude. The plan was simple: stay here for a few days, do some hunting, and get away from everything. No distractions, no people, just the forest and the quiet. That evening, I sat by the fire, cooking up some canned beans and roast beef from the supplies I'd brought with me. The rain started falling heavily outside, a constant thrum against the roof. I set up my gear for the morning hunt, double-checking my rifle and making sure my boots were clean. The wind outside began to howl, and the trees swayed violently. As the night deepened, the wind picked up even more, the sound becoming unnerving. The rain hammered against the windows like a relentless drumbeat. It was hard to focus on the task at hand, so I decided to head to bed early, hoping for a good night's sleep before the hunt tomorrow. I woke up in the middle of the night, a cold sweat clinging to my skin. The cabin felt wrong. It wasn't anything obvious, just a sense of unease that crawled up my spine. The storm had stopped, but now the silence was overwhelming. The wind had died down, and outside, the night was eerily still. Felt like the world had paused for a moment. I lay there, staring at the ceiling. My mind raced through every scenario I could think of. The cabin wasn't in the middle of nowhere, but it was close. Too close for comfort. I heard nothing outside. Not a single owl hooted, no rustling of animals. Just complete silence. I tried to convince myself that it was just my nerves. I hadn't been out here alone in a long time. I reached for my rifle, which was resting beside my bed. I always kept it close when I was hunting, even if I was just lying around in the cabin. There was something about the woods at night, something that always put me on edge. I told myself I was being stupid, that I just needed to get some rest. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound. Not from the wind, but something much closer. Came from outside. I could hear it clearly now, the scraping of something against the wood of the cabin's exterior. I stiffened, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. The sound stopped for a moment, and I held my breath, waiting. There was no mistaking it. The sound came again, louder this time. It was deliberate, like someone or something was dragging its nails along the wall. I got out of bed, moving silently across the cabin to the window. The cabin wasn't large, and I could see out the small, fogged-up window on the door. I didn't see anything at first, just the dark shapes of trees swaying in the breeze. My hands were shaking as I gripped the edge of the window. Then I saw it, a figure standing just beyond the tree line. First, I couldn't make out any details. The figure was tall, its body obscured by the shadows, but I could see the outline of a head, large and disproportionate, like it was peering out from behind the trees. It was completely still, staring in my direction. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a sickening lurch in my stomach. I ducked away from the window and moved back, my mind racing. Could it have been a person? Or was it some kind of animal? The outline looked too human to be an animal, but it was wrong in some way I couldn't quite describe. I didn't want to go out there. My instincts told me to stay inside, to lock the doors and wait for morning. But something about the figure, something in the way it stood, made me feel like I needed to act. I grabbed my rifle, my hands trembling as I checked the safety. With my heart hammering, I opened the door just a crack. The rain had started again, soft at first, but quickly building to a downpour. I stepped outside, careful not to make a sound, my eyes darting through the dark. There was no sign of the figure. The ground was wet, the air thick with mist, but nothing moved in the clearing. I strained my ears, listening for any sound, any sign that I wasn't alone. Then I heard it, a soft crack of a twig breaking behind me. I spun around, rifle raised, but there was nothing. The cabin loomed behind me, its dim lights flickering through the windows. My breathing was heavy, but all I could hear was the rain. The feeling of being watched hit me again, stronger this time. I felt it deep in my bones, like something or someone was waiting for me to make a mistake. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I quickly made my way back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. I leaned against the wooden frame, trying to calm myself, but the feeling of unease wouldn't leave. I knew something was out there, something that wasn't right. For the rest of the night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire, my rifle close by, eyes flicking to every noise, every shadow that shifted in the corners of my vision. The wind howled outside, but I felt no comfort in its familiar sound. The silence, when it came, was worse than the storm. The next morning, I didn't go hunting. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching the cabin, waiting. I packed up my gear and left early, not even bothering to finish the coffee I'd started. I didn't want to stay another minute in that place, and as I drove away, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror. The cabin slowly disappeared from view, but the unease didn't leave. I could still feel the presence, lingering just beyond the edge of the trees. As I left the forest behind and the road stretched out before me, I told myself I'd never come back. Not to that cabin, not to that place. And in a way, I was grateful for the experience. Because sometimes the things we think are simple, the places we think we know, can turn on us in ways we never expect. The rain had been falling for hours. It started slow, the kind of rain you barely notice at first, but by midnight it had picked up. It came down in sheets, relentless and heavy, turning the dirt road outside the cabin into a muddy mess. I glanced out the window, watching the trees sway in the storm's grip. There was something unnerving about being alone in this cabin, especially with the storm raging outside. But there I was, 27 years old, stuck in a cabin in the middle of nowhere in the mountains of Wyoming, waiting for a friend who was supposed to arrive hours ago. I wasn't supposed to be here alone. Chris, my best friend since high school, had invited me to his family's cabin, promising a weekend of solitude, hiking, and relaxing. The plan was for the two of us to escape our hectic lives for a while, take a break from the world. But Chris had called earlier in the day. Something came up, he said. A last-minute work thing. He'd be late, maybe even the next day. So here I was, alone. The cabin wasn't much. Just a small, single-story place tucked into the trees, miles from the nearest town. The wooden beams in the ceiling creaked with the wind, and the fire crackling in the hearth barely did anything to take the chill off. I had brought a book, something to keep me occupied until Chris arrived, but my mind kept wandering. It wasn't the rain or the isolation that bothered me. It was the thought that something wasn't quite right. There was an odd feeling in the air tonight, a sort of unease that had settled over me since I arrived earlier in the afternoon. The cabin was old, and despite its charm, there was something unsettling about it. The floorboards were worn, the windows fogged from the humidity, and the air smelled like old wood and pine. The fact that I had to drive up a narrow, winding road just to get here made me realize how isolated it was, how little help I could expect in an emergency. I had been in cabins before, growing up in rural Colorado, but this one felt different. It wasn't just the storm outside. There was an odd silence to it. No animals, no birds, no sounds of the wind whistling through the trees. Just the steady pounding of rain and the occasional crack of thunder. I took a sip from the cup of coffee sitting beside me and tried to focus on the book, but it wasn't working. My eyes kept drifting to the window, where the rain lashed against the glass like the claws of some unseen creature trying to get in. Then, a knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, I was paralyzed. Who could that be? Chris wasn't supposed to be here yet. I checked my phone, but there was no message from him. The knock came again, harder this time, and I jumped up from the couch, my pulse quickening. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, but the knock came again, louder this time and more urgent. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and walked cautiously toward the door. I had half a mind to look through the peephole, but I didn't. The storm outside was so fierce, I couldn't see a thing beyond the porch. My hand gripped the doorknob, and for a split second, I hesitated. My instincts told me to stay put, but curiosity and the strange feeling in the air pushed me to open it. I swung the door open, the heavy wooden frame creaking as it moved. There was no one there. I stepped outside onto the porch, the rain immediately soaking me, my breath visible in the cold air. I scanned the empty yard, the trees swaying violently in the wind, but there was nothing, no one. Just the endless stretch of darkness that surrounded the cabin on all sides. I stood there for a moment, feeling a little foolish. Maybe it had been an animal, something knocking against the door. Or maybe it was just the storm playing tricks on my mind. I closed the door and locked it behind me, then moved back toward the fireplace, trying to shake off the strange sensation that had settled in my chest. But as the night wore on, that feeling never left. I ate a quick dinner, pasta I'd cooked earlier, but my mind was far away. I kept glancing toward the door, half expecting it to be knocked on again. But the knock never came. The storm, however, only seemed to intensify. Around midnight, I finally gave up on reading and decided to try to get some sleep. I didn't know when Chris would arrive, but I hoped it would be soon. I turned off the lights, pulled the blankets up to my chin, and tried to ignore the growing unease in my gut. That's when I heard the scratching. It was soft at first, barely a sound above the storm, but it was enough to make me freeze. My eyes shot open in the darkness, straining to hear. The scratching continued, a faint, steady sound coming from somewhere close to the wall. At first, I thought it was just a tree branch scraping against the cabin, but the wind had died down for a moment, and the sound didn't quite fit. I sat up in bed, my heart thudding in my chest, and listened carefully. The sound was too rhythmic to be the wind. It was deliberate, and it was coming from outside the cabin. My instincts screamed at me to stay put, to ignore it, but I couldn't. The curiosity that had pushed me earlier drove me to get out of bed and move toward the door. The rain had stopped for a brief moment, and there was only silence. I grabbed the flashlight again, gripping it tightly as I stepped outside onto the porch. Nothing. I couldn't see a thing through the darkness, not even the trees in front of me. The world felt like it had swallowed the light, leaving me with nothing but this tiny cabin in the middle of nowhere. I started to turn back inside, but then I heard it again. The scratching. It was louder this time, closer. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't coming from the trees. It was coming from the roof. I didn't know what to think. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe an animal had gotten onto the roof, a raccoon or a squirrel. But that didn't explain why it sounded so deliberate, so persistent. I decided to take a look. Grabbing the ladder that was leaning against the side of the cabin, I set it up and slowly began to climb. The rain had returned, pouring down in sheets, soaking me in seconds, but I pushed forward. I reached the roof and shone the flashlight around, my hands trembling from the cold and fear. Nothing. I moved the beam of light across the surface, looking for any sign of movement. The shingles were wet, the rainwater pooling in small pockets, but there was nothing unusual. Just the dark, wet roof stretching out in all directions. I was about to turn back when I saw it, a dark shape moving in the corner of my vision. I swung the flashlight toward it, my heart racing. The beam of light illuminated a figure, crouching low to the ground on the roof. It wasn't an animal. It was a person, a man. I barely had time to react before he moved. He was fast, too fast for someone on a wet roof. He scrambled over the edge, disappearing into the dark night below. My mind was in a frenzy. I didn't know what to do. I was shaking, frozen in place, and for a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of my heart in my ears. I scrambled down the ladder, slipping on the wet rungs, and ran inside, locking the door behind me. I collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I looked around the cabin, every shadow suddenly a threat, every creak of the floorboards sending my nerves into overdrive. I wasn't alone, and whoever had been on the roof wasn't just looking for shelter. They were watching me. I spent the rest of the night in the cabin, lights on, locked doors, and the sound of rain pounding against the roof. I didn't dare fall asleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure on the roof, crouching, waiting. The next morning, the rain had stopped. The sky was overcast, but it was quiet, too quiet. I decided to leave. I didn't want to stick around any longer. I packed up my things and made my way down the muddy road. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I don't know who that person was or why they were there, but I never went back to that cabin again. The memory of that night, the scratching, the figure on the roof, has haunted me ever since. And I'll never forget the feeling of knowing that, in that moment, I wasn't alone. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend. I had rented a small, secluded cabin tucked away in the forest, far from the chaos of daily life. My goal was to disconnect for a while, spend some time by myself and find some quiet. No Wi-Fi, no phone service, just nature and a little peace of mind. I had always loved the woods, the stillness of the trees, the scent of pine in the air, the occasional rustle of leaves when the wind picked up. It felt like the perfect place to recharge. I drove up to the cabin around midday, the sun hanging low in the sky but still bright. The place was everything I'd imagined. Wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and a porch that overlooked a quiet, flowing creek. The cabin was old, but well maintained. It had a kind of charm, like something out of a book, the kind of place where you could sit on the porch, sip coffee, and think. There was no one around for miles, just trees and the occasional bird call. I unpacked my bags and started to settle in, putting my clothes in the small bedroom and my food in the fridge. I noticed how quiet it was, almost unnervingly so. Even though I was in the middle of nowhere, I expected the sounds of wildlife. But there was nothing. No birds, no squirrels rustling through the leaves, not even the sound of insects buzzing. It was just quiet. As night started to fall, I sat by the fireplace and tried to shake off the feeling that something was off. I figured it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I wasn't used to being alone in such a remote place. But as the fire crackled, I started to feel more comfortable. The evening passed without incident. I made dinner, ate, and read a book by the fire. Eventually, I turned in for the night, the sound of the wind outside the only thing breaking the silence. But then, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard something, a faint scratching noise, like something was scraping against the wall outside. I froze, listening hard. The noise came again, this time a little louder, more deliberate. I lay there in the dark, heart racing, trying to figure out what it could be. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel, but the sound didn't quite match. It wasn't the usual scampering noise. This was slower, more methodical, like something or someone was deliberately trying to get my attention. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I instinctively reached for the flashlight I'd left on the bedside table. The cabin was small and the walls thin, so it wasn't hard to hear things outside. But I had the distinct feeling that the noise was coming from somewhere closer, maybe right next to the wall of my room. I got up, tiptoeing across the floor, careful not to make a sound. I crept to the window, peeking through the curtains. There was nothing. The forest was dark, the trees towering in the distance. I saw no movement, no shadows, but the scratching sound continued. It was coming from the back of the cabin now, by the small storage shed that stood in the shadow of the trees. I hesitated, wondering if I should go out and investigate, but the thought of stepping into the dark night by myself made my stomach turn. Instead, I decided to call it a night, telling myself that it was just an animal. I laid back in bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind, made my mind race. I kept thinking about the noise, wondering what it had been. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted off, albeit fitfully. The next morning, I woke up to find the cabin bathed in the soft light of dawn. I felt a little better, but something still nagged at me. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and tried to shake off the weird feeling that had settled in my chest. But as the day wore on, things only got stranger. The sound from the night before seemed to have intensified, now more frequent and persistent. Every time I stepped outside, I thought I saw something moving at the edge of the woods, a figure darting just out of my line of sight. But when I blinked, it was gone. I couldn't be sure, but it felt like someone or something was watching me. Around noon, I decided to explore the surrounding woods. Maybe getting out of the cabin would calm my nerves. I grabbed a small backpack, packed some water, and set off toward a trail that I had noticed when I first arrived. The trees closed in around me, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was peaceful, almost idyllic, but there was still an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't shake. I hiked for a couple of hours, finding nothing out of the ordinary, but the quiet was still unsettling. Every step I took seemed louder than it should be, and the silence between the bird calls felt too heavy. When I made my way back to the cabin, I couldn't help but feel like I wasn't alone. That night, the strange events took a darker turn. I was sitting by the fire again when I heard a faint thud from outside. It sounded like something heavy had fallen, maybe a branch or a log. I got up, the uneasy feeling settling back in. I grabbed the flashlight, my hand shaking slightly, and stepped onto the porch. The light swept across the ground, catching on something just outside the reach of the trees. It was a figure, tall, slender, with a dark silhouette against the night sky. I froze, my heart racing. For a moment, I didn't move. The figure didn't seem to be moving either. I shone the light directly at it, but the moment I did, it vanished, like a shadow slipping between the trees. I ran back inside, locking the door behind me, my mind racing. I couldn't explain what I had seen, and that scared me more than anything. There was no way it could have been an animal, and it didn't look like anyone I knew. It felt wrong, like a presence I wasn't supposed to be aware of. I stayed up for the rest of the night, the fire crackling in the hearth, my eyes flicking toward the window every few seconds. I couldn't bring myself to sleep. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that I was imagining things because I was so far from civilization. But the fear gnawed at me, and it didn't let go. The next morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. Outside the cabin, near the back door, were fresh footprints, deep impressions in the soft earth, leading toward the shed. There was no mistaking it. Someone had been here. I didn't know who or why, but the evidence was undeniable. I considered leaving. The fear was overwhelming, and the idea of spending another night in that cabin felt impossible. But something kept me there, a mixture of stubbornness and curiosity. I had to know who or what was out there. That afternoon, I went to the sheriff's office in the nearby town, a small, dusty place where everyone seemed to know everyone else. I told them about the strange noises, the figure I had seen, and the footprints. The deputy who listened to me gave me a skeptical look. "It's probably just some local," he said. "People wander out here from time to time. Not many, but it happens." His words didn't comfort me. If anything, they only made me feel more exposed, more vulnerable. I left the office feeling no better than when I'd walked in. I decided I would spend one more night at the cabin, but I'd be ready. I had a rifle in the car just in case. When I returned to the cabin, it was almost dark again. I prepared for the worst, loading the rifle and setting it by the door. But as the night wore on, the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind, felt like a warning. Around midnight, I heard something new. A soft tapping on the window, like someone gently knocking. My blood ran cold. I grabbed the rifle, creeping toward the window, and shone the light outside. There was nothing. I waited for what felt like hours, the tension thick in the air. But eventually, the fear began to ebb, replaced by an overwhelming exhaustion. I put the rifle down and slumped into a chair, letting the silence of the night surround me. And then I heard it, a voice, faint, almost a whisper. "Leave." I froze, my breath caught in my chest. It was a voice, a real one. I ran out of the cabin without a second thought, adrenaline pumping through me. I didn't stop until I reached the road, where I flagged down the first car that came by. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know who or what was out there, but I do know one thing for sure. It was real and it was watching me. I don't know why I was targeted or what would have happened if I had stayed. But that place, it's better left untouched. It was early September of 2021 when I finally went back to the cabin. It had been over a year since Maria died. My ex-wife. We had split 3 years before the accident, but the place still felt tied to her. She loved that cabin more than anything, maybe more than she loved me, looking back. Even after the divorce, she kept it in her name. I didn't fight her on it, let her have it. I figured I'd never go back. But after she passed, her sister called and said the cabin was now legally mine. Maria hadn't changed the will. I was 53 then, still living in Reno, Nevada, working nights at a warehouse. I didn't have much going on, no family to take care of, no pets. Just long, quiet days and longer nights. I thought maybe heading up to the cabin would help me clear my head. Maybe sell it afterward. I told my boss I needed a week off. He didn't ask questions. The cabin was up in northern Idaho, deep in the woods near Priest Lake. Not the touristy side. This was the rough, out-of-the-way part, with a long gravel road that curved up through thick pine forest. It sat on 5 acres, built in the late 70s. Maria's dad had owned it before her. I remembered him being a quiet guy, always fixing something. He died of a stroke right there on the back porch when Maria was in her 20s. I drove out in my old Ford Ranger. Took me close to 11 hours. I brought just enough food, water, tools, camping stove, gas canisters. I figured the power might be out, and I wasn't wrong. As soon as I got there, I saw the old meter box dangling open, wires chewed by squirrels or maybe just old age. The place looked smaller than I remembered. Shabbier too. The wood siding had gone gray. Moss had taken over one side of the roof. The front steps sagged a little, but the door still opened the way it used to, sticking halfway through with that dry wood grown. Inside, it smelled like dust and dampness, like something that had been left behind for too long. Her things were still there. Some clothes folded in the drawers, dishes in the cabinets, a pair of old hiking boots by the door. I didn't expect that. I thought her sister would have cleared it out, but maybe she hadn't had the heart. I spent the first day just cleaning, opened all the windows, swept out rat droppings and spider webs. There was no running water. The well pump was dead. I had to bring in water from a stream down the hill. I remembered that stream. We used to go down there and wash our hands in the icy water after long hikes. It was strange being there alone. That first night, I slept on the old cot upstairs. The mattress was hard, but I was too tired to care. I kept the lantern low and listened to the trees sway. You hear things in the woods when you're alone. Branches cracking, wind through pine needles, animals moving in the underbrush. But that night, something about it felt heavier than usual. The sounds felt slower, more deliberate. Sometime past midnight, I heard what I thought were footsteps on the gravel outside. Crunch, pause, crunch again. I got up and looked through the upstairs window. The moon was high enough to light up the clearing in front of the cabin, but I didn't see anything. No car, no movement. Just tall pines and that familiar dirt track leading back to the main road. Maybe a deer. Maybe just my nerves. I tried not to think about it too hard. The next day, I went around fixing what I could. I patched up the back door where something had chewed at the frame. Probably raccoons. The shed out back was still standing, but the door was warped from years of moisture. Inside were rusted tools, an old chainsaw, and a pile of moldy tarps. I dragged the chainsaw out and tried starting it, just to see if it still worked. Didn't. That night, it rained. The soft patter on the tin roof reminded me of the time Maria and I spent a weekend there during a thunderstorm. We read books by the wood stove and cooked beans from a can. Simple stuff. Back then, the silence between us wasn't uncomfortable. But later in our marriage, the same kind of silence felt loaded, like a warning before the storm. Around 3 a.m., I woke up needing to piss. I went downstairs, stepped outside onto the porch, and did my business in the grass. That's when I noticed it. Fresh footprints in the mud. Big ones. Bare feet. They weren't mine. I'd been wearing boots all day. These were deeper than mine too, longer stride. I crouched and looked closer. 5 toes, heel, arch clear as day. And they weren't washed out by the rain. They'd been made after the storm started. My mouth went dry. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. Just blackness and shifting shapes made by wind and shadow. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light. Maybe some old prints had filled with water and looked fresh. But I knew better. I'd been up there enough times in my life to read a footprint. Someone had walked through my clearing that night, barefoot. I thought about packing up and leaving, but something stubborn in me didn't want to. I don't know why. Maybe because it felt like giving up. Maybe because it felt like she wouldn't have. So I stayed. I started being more careful. Locked the doors at night. Even though I knew a locked cabin door wouldn't stop someone determined. I started carrying the hatchet around when I went outside. I cleaned the rust off the old hunting knife I found in a drawer. 2 days later, I found a dead rabbit on the porch. Its neck had been broken clean, not chewed. No blood, just twisted and left right at the foot of the door, like a gift or a warning. The thing that scared me wasn't the rabbit. It was the way it had been placed. Dead center, deliberate. I burned it in the fire pit out back. I didn't want it attracting anything, but all day, I had that itching feeling like I was being watched. I kept glancing at the tree line. I didn't see anyone. No movement.
No voices.
Just quiet woods that felt a little too quiet. That night, I heard it again. Footsteps, this time closer. They circled the cabin, crunching on gravel and twigs. I didn't turn on the lantern. I just lay there in the cot, holding the knife, listening. At one point, I heard the soft creak of the porch step. Just once, then silence. I waited there for hours, heart thudding in my chest, until the sky started turning gray with morning light. When I went out to check, I found muddy handprints on the side window, long fingers, smudged glass. Whoever it was had stood there looking in. I don't scare easy. I've worked around rough people, been in fights, seen real danger. But something about this shook me deeper. The slow pacing, the rabbit, the handprints, it wasn't random. Felt like someone knew I was there, and they were letting me know they knew. I thought maybe it was a squatter, someone who'd been living in the woods, maybe thinking the place was abandoned. I even called the sheriff's office from my truck satellite radio that day. No signal at the cabin itself, but up the hill about a mile, there's a spot with decent reception. They said they'd send someone to check in the next day. I never saw anyone, but that night they came back. I had moved downstairs, closer to the door, closer to my truck. I kept the lantern off, just waited, and just like clockwork, the footsteps came. This time, not just around the house. They stopped at the door. I held my breath. Then soft knock, just once. Not hard, just a single knock like someone testing it. I didn't move. I sat there in the dark for an hour, knife in one hand, light off, barely breathing. When I finally opened the door in the morning, I saw another rabbit. Same kind, same twisted neck. But this time there was something else. A strip of cloth nailed to the wooden post. Old, sun-faded. It looked like part of a shirt I recognized. One I'd seen Maria wear in an old photo. Red plaid with a missing button on the collar. I threw up right there on the porch. I don't know how they got it. Maybe it was left in the cabin and they took it. Maybe they found it somewhere else. But it meant they'd been inside. At some point, before I got there. Maybe while I was out at the stream or chopping firewood. That broke something in me. I didn't wait for the sheriff. I packed what I could, took the knife, and left. I didn't lock the door. I just got in the truck and drove. On the way down the road, I stopped at the ranger station. A man in his 60s was working there, familiar with the area. I told him what happened as calmly as I could. He just nodded slowly and said something that stuck with me. You're not the only one who's left early. A lot of folks think they're alone up there, but those woods are older than we are, and not everyone wants to be found. I never went back to the cabin. I sold it to a real estate company 6 months later. Didn't get much for it. Didn't care. I never told anyone else about what happened. Just buried it. But sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night and hear footsteps. Not real ones, just echoes in my head. Sometimes I smell pine, like those woods crept into my dreams. And every so often, I see that red plaid in my mind. and I wonder what really happened to Maria up there. The police said it was a simple fall, hit her head on a rock near the stream. But no one saw it. She was alone, just like I was. Whatever happened, I know one thing for sure now. There are places in this world where people disappear, not because of magic or ghosts, but because someone wants them to. And if you stay too long, you might not leave either. I left, and I don't plan on going back. I wasn't looking to find trouble that summer. I just wanted a break from everything. I had been living in Tacoma for almost 5 years and working construction jobs on and off. By 2014, I felt like I was burning out. My girlfriend had just moved out in April, and my job had slowed to the point where I wasn't working full weeks anymore. I wasn't broke, but I wasn't really okay either. I didn't want to sit in the apartment all day thinking about everything. So when a buddy of mine mentioned some old Forest Service trails up near the Cascades where hardly anyone goes anymore, I figured that was good enough. I packed up my stuff the night before: tent, sleeping bag, food, water, tools, small camping stove, first aid, extra clothes, and a Glock 19 I had bought a few years back. I didn't plan on using it, but I always brought it when I camped alone. You never know. People out there could be worse than the animals. I left early in the morning, heading east into the foothills. The roads got thinner and rougher the farther I went. I passed through a little place called Elba before heading off onto logging roads. By the time I parked my truck, I was already a few hours from town. It was quiet out there. No traffic, no houses, no people. Just trees and gravel and sky. I hiked for about an hour into the woods. The trail looked like it hadn't been used in years. No recent boot prints, overgrown in places, with broken limbs and weeds covering large sections. It was humid but cool. I kept climbing, and soon I found a small flat clearing next to a narrow creek that sounded like it was running full beneath the brush. I set up my tent there. It was nice, peaceful. I could hear nothing but birds and water and wind. That first night passed without much happening. I boiled some rice, read a little from a paperback I'd brought, and slept with my gear close beside me. I had no cell signal, but I expected that. The second day, I went farther up the trail. I hadn't planned on doing much hiking, but I wanted to explore. About 2 miles up, I noticed the trail split, even though the map I had printed from the Forest Service site didn't show any branches. One path looked like an old road, wide and sunken down from age, and it was heading east, wrapping around a ridge. The other kept climbing uphill through thick trees. I decided to check out the road trail. Felt older, forgotten. I followed it maybe another half-mile before I found it. There was a clearing up ahead. Not big, just a patch of land choked with wild grass and brambles. And at the edge of that clearing, almost hidden behind a line of hemlocks, was the cabin. I wasn't expecting to see any kind of structure out there. I stopped and just stared at it for a long time. It was old, log-built, with a sloped roof of rusted metal, half of which had collapsed in the back. The wood was gray and weather-worn. No windows left intact, though I saw a few broken panes still hanging on by jagged edges. A small porch, leaning hard to one side, looked like it would collapse if I touched it. I don't know what it was, but something about it gave me a weird feeling. Not fear, just unease. It wasn't on any map I'd seen. It didn't look like it had been used in decades. I thought about turning back, but I didn't. I crossed the clearing and stepped up to the porch. The front door wasn't there anymore, just a warped frame and a rusted hinge hanging sideways. Inside, it was dark and smelled like rot. Dead leaves covered the floor. Animal droppings were everywhere. The walls had large holes in them. In one corner, an old iron stove sat half-sunk into the floorboards. A small table was flipped over beside it, and a moldy mattress frame leaned against the back wall. No sign of recent use. It looked abandoned, truly abandoned. I stepped inside and walked slow, making sure the floor wouldn't give way beneath me. A few small things stood out. A pair of boots near the wall, almost fossilized from time, and an old backpack that had been torn open, probably by raccoons. I checked inside and found nothing but rags. A few cracked glass bottles sat on a broken shelf, labels faded completely. Whoever had lived here was long gone. I took a few pictures with my phone even though it had no signal. I figured I'd look up the history later. Then I left. I didn't want to spend more time inside than I had to. That night, I dreamed of the cabin. I don't usually remember dreams, but this one stuck. It wasn't even anything happening in it. I was just standing in the doorway, staring at the inside, but it felt like I couldn't move, like I was stuck there forever. I woke up cold and tense. It was still dark. My watch said 3:47 a.m. I listened. There was something outside. At first, I thought it might be an animal. A deer maybe, but it wasn't moving like that. I could hear twigs snapping. Steps. Then nothing. Then more steps. I sat up slowly and grabbed the flashlight and the Glock from the bag beside me. I didn't unzip the tent. I just waited, listening. The steps circled slowly, crunching through the brush, maybe 20 feet away, then 10. Then silence. I held my breath for a long time. I didn't hear anything else. After an hour of silence, I finally lay back down, but I didn't sleep. In the morning, I stepped outside and did a slow circle around my tent. I didn't see any tracks, but the ground was covered in leaves and soft grass, so it wouldn't take much to hide anything. I didn't feel like sticking around another night. I packed most of my things and debated going straight back to the truck. But something in me wanted to check the cabin again, just to be sure. I followed the old road back up, slower this time, looking for prints or signs I might have missed before. The clearing looked the same, still overgrown, still quiet, the cabin still there. But this time, the front door was back on the frame. I froze. I knew for a fact that the door was gone the day before. Not just open. Asterisk, asterisk, gone, asterisk, asterisk. Now it was there, sitting half closed, fitted snugly into the warped wood like it had never left. I stood there for probably 5 minutes, heart thudding in my chest. The breeze had stopped. Everything felt still. I turned around and walked straight back to my camp. I didn't sleep that night either. I sat in the tent with the gun in my lap, flashlight off, listening. The woods were silent again, too silent. At dawn, I packed up everything I had left and started the hike back down. But when I got to the trail junction, the split where I had first found the road, the old road was gone. I stopped and looked around, sure I was in the right spot. I walked up and down the trail looking for the branch. There was nothing. No gap in the trees, no broken undergrowth, no trail markers. Just forest. I pulled out my phone and checked the map again. Still no sign of any road or trail. I went back and searched another 30 minutes, but it was like the road had never been there. I left. I didn't run, but I didn't move slow either. I didn't tell anyone about the cabin for a long time. Not because I was scared they wouldn't believe me, but because I didn't really believe it myself. I thought maybe I had just gotten turned around. Maybe the trail split somewhere else. Maybe the cabin was a hunter's lodge no one used anymore. Maybe the door was still attached the first time and I just didn't see it. But I couldn't explain that dream, or the footsteps, or the way the trail disappeared. Months later, I searched online for any record of cabins out in that part of the forest. I found some info about logging camps from the early 1900s and a few structures that had been left to rot. But none matched what I saw. Nothing mentioned a road that vanished or a cabin that reappeared. A year after that trip, I went back with a friend. We hiked the same trail from the same spot. We found the creek, the campsite, everything, but we never found the split in the trail. The road was gone. The forest where it had been looked untouched. Solid trees, thick brush, No sign of anything man-made. I still think about it sometimes. About the way the cabin looked. About how quiet the woods were. About the footsteps circling my tent. I still have the photo I took of the inside. You can barely make out anything, just a dark room full of rot. But I look at it sometimes when I want to remind myself it was real. I don't go camping alone anymore. I still hike. I still fish. But when the sun starts to set, I head home. I don't want to end up in another place that doesn't want to be found. The cabin's probably still out there, buried in the trees. Or maybe it never was. But I know what I saw, and I know I wasn't supposed to find it. Not then, not ever. I had always been fond of the outdoors, finding solace in the quiet seclusion that camping provided. So when I got the chance to rent a cabin in the middle of nowhere, nestled in the dense forests of northern Wisconsin, I jumped at the opportunity. It was just me, a couple of bags, and my trusty dog, Max, who was a German Shepherd mix with a no-nonsense attitude and a calm demeanor. The cabin was situated deep in the woods, about 2 hours away from the nearest town. My initial plan was to spend a week unwinding, getting away from the noise of city life and clearing my head. But I didn't realize how that quiet would soon become something much darker. The journey to the cabin was long, the road winding through thick trees, turning from asphalt to gravel and then dirt. I'd passed a few scattered houses on the way, but soon even those disappeared, replaced by nothing but trees and the occasional glint of a distant stream. It felt good to be away from everything. The air was fresh, crisp, and cool. Max, as usual, sat by my side in the passenger seat, his head turned toward the window as if taking in every bit of the forest, alert but calm. The cabin itself was small but charming, set in a clearing that looked almost too perfect, like something out of a magazine. A rustic wooden structure, complete with a stone fireplace, a small porch, and a big, welcoming window overlooking the dense trees. Inside, it was just as cozy, with simple wooden furniture, a small kitchen, and a bed that seemed just right for a night of rest after the long drive. After unloading my things and settling in, I took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh scent of pine and wet earth. Max darted off into the woods, as he always did when we arrived somewhere new, his paws patting across the dirt and leaves. I let him roam for a while, enjoying the quiet and peace that surrounded us. The world felt still, as if the cabin had been waiting for us. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional bird call. Nightfall came quickly, and I lit a fire to ward off the chill that had begun creeping through the trees. I roasted some marshmallows, Max at my feet, keeping a watchful eye on the fire. The night was clear, and the stars above were incredibly bright, scattered across the sky like diamonds. For the first time in a long while, I felt at ease. The world felt right, but that peace didn't last long. The first odd thing I noticed was the silence. There were no more crickets chirping. The wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness in the air. Max, who had been lying by the fire, suddenly sat up, his ears perked and his eyes darting toward the trees at the edge of the clearing. I stood up, feeling a subtle tension in the air. The silence was unnerving, something I couldn't quite explain but felt deep in my gut. I grabbed the flashlight and shined it toward the trees. Nothing, just the shadows cast by the moonlight filtering through the branches. Max gave a low growl, his body tense. Something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I glanced around the cabin, feeling like I was being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I chalked it up to being out in the wilderness, away from the usual distractions. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Still, I decided to close the cabin door for the night and lock it. I wasn't sure why, but I felt the need to make sure everything was secure. I turned off the lights inside, leaving only the dim glow of the fireplace. I didn't want to be too paranoid, but my gut told me to be cautious. The night stretched on, and I lay in bed, unable to sleep. Max had settled on the floor next to me, but I could tell he was still on high alert. His head would occasionally snap up, eyes scanning the room as though he was sensing something I couldn't. Then, just as I was about to drift off, I heard it. A faint rustling sound from outside. It was soft at first, almost like a branch brushing against the cabin. But it grew louder, more deliberate. I felt my heartbeat quicken. Max stood up, his hackles raised, growling low in his throat. I sat up slowly, straining my ears. The sound was coming from the front porch. It didn't seem like an animal. No, it was too rhythmic, too purposeful. Like footsteps. I didn't move at first, unsure of what to do. The footsteps stopped, and I heard a faint scraping noise on the wood, like someone was trying to pull themselves up onto the porch. I felt the blood drain from my face. There was no reason for anyone to be out here in the middle of nowhere. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew it wasn't right. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, but there was no signal. I was completely alone, cut off from the rest of the world. Max was now standing at the door, his body tense, his ears swiveling. I slowly slid out of bed and moved to the window, careful not to make a sound. What I saw sent a cold wave of dread through me. A figure, tall and hunched, stood just outside the porch, barely illuminated by the faint glow of the fire. They were wearing dark clothes that blended into the night, and their movements were slow and deliberate. It was hard to make out much more, but I could see the figure pause and look around, as if checking to see if anyone was inside the cabin. I felt paralyzed. Part of me wanted to run out the back door and flee into the woods, but I couldn't leave Max. He was my responsibility. I could feel my pulse in my throat, my mind racing for a plan. Any plan. There was no good way to handle this, but I knew I couldn't just sit there and wait. I quietly moved to the door and checked that it was locked. Then I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the shelf. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was all I had. I took a deep breath and slowly opened the door, stepping out onto the porch. The figure didn't notice me at first. I stood in the shadows, my heart pounding in my chest, and then I took a step forward, my voice almost a whisper. "Hey," I said, trying to sound confident but failing. "What do you want?" The figure froze. For a moment, there was silence. Then the person turned slowly toward me. In the dim light, I could see their face. A man unshaven with wild eyes. His clothes were ragged, and he looked dirty, as though he had been living off the land for far too long. His eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I thought I saw something dangerous, something wild, behind them. He didn't answer me. Instead, he took a slow step forward and then another. I raised the flashlight, ready to swing it if needed. But then, just as quickly as it had started, the figure turned and sprinted into the woods, disappearing into the darkness without a sound. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, still holding the flashlight in my hand, my heart still racing. Max stayed by my side, his body tense but relaxed when he saw that the danger was over. I didn't know who the man was or what he wanted, but I wasn't about to find out. The rest of the night was uneventful. I didn't sleep much, though, constantly listening for any signs of movement outside. But there were no more footsteps, no more strange sounds. By morning, the sun had risen, casting warm light across the clearing. I packed up quickly and left the cabin without a second thought, knowing that I wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. The woods had given me a taste of something unsettling, something I didn't understand. But I didn't need to understand it. I just needed to get away. Max and I drove back to the nearest town, and I felt a strange relief as the cabin and the woods faded from view. That night had left a mark on me, one that would linger for a long time. The forest had been quiet and peaceful, but it had also been hiding something I never wanted to encounter again. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks, a weekend away from everything: work, the noise, the constant bustle of the city. Just me and the cabin in the woods. The cabin, located in the deep part of the Ozarks in Missouri, was the perfect escape. It was an old, wooden structure, one of those places that felt stuck in time, with creaky floors and a smell of pine that seemed to seep into your skin the moment you walked in. I didn't expect anything unusual to happen. It was supposed to be peaceful. I figured I'd spend the weekend hiking, reading, and maybe catching some fish in the small creek nearby. I was alone, a 32-year-old guy named Jake, escaping the grind of daily life. The cabin was a simple place, nothing fancy. It had a small living room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen tucked into the corner, and a bedroom upstairs. The best part was the big porch that wrapped around, offering a view of the thick, dark woods stretching out as far as you could see. I arrived on a Friday afternoon, the air crisp and cool for late September, the kind of cool that makes you want to breathe deeply. The drive up had been long, but the road was smooth, and the trees were turning that rich golden shade that fall brings. It was a slow ride, and the quiet felt almost oppressive. I had gotten used to the sounds of the city, the honking horns and chatter of crowds, and suddenly, the silence here was deafening. I unloaded my gear, food, clothes, a fishing rod, and then set about making the place feel a little more lived in. The smell of the wood and old furniture made the place feel almost nostalgic, though I had never been here before. I made a fire in the stove and let the warmth of it fill the room. The fire crackled and popped, sending small flashes of light across the walls. I set up my fishing gear by the front door and grabbed a book, deciding to sit on the porch and read for a bit. The first evening passed without anything remarkable. I spent some time by the creek, but the fish weren't biting. The weather had been unpredictable. One minute, the sky was clear, and the next, the clouds rolled in, heavy with rain. It didn't bother me though. I liked the idea of being stuck inside, watching the storm lash the trees outside. By the time it got dark, I was ready to eat, so I cooked up some canned chili and settled in for the night. I didn't bring any real plans other than to unwind, and that's what I did. The rain didn't stop all night. It beat against the windows with a steady, rhythmic sound, which I found strangely soothing. But as the hours wore on, something felt off. At first, I couldn't pinpoint what it was. It wasn't the rain or the stillness of the house. No, it was something about the surroundings, the woods. There was a deep, heavy silence out there, one that felt wrong. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it was the kind of silence that made you feel like you were being watched. I tried to ignore it, but it lingered in the back of my mind. That night, I woke up to the sound of something scraping against the cabin. It was soft at first, barely noticeable, but it was persistent. I sat up in bed, listening. It wasn't the wind. It was a rhythmic scraping sound, like nails running along the wooden wall. It sent a chill through my spine. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and turned it on, shining it around the room. The beam of light sliced through the darkness, revealing nothing unusual. I waited, listening again, but the scraping stopped as suddenly as it had started. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I told myself it was probably just a branch scraping the cabin. After all, the trees were close to the house, and the wind was strong. I convinced myself to go back to sleep, but every now and then, I could hear faint rustling from the woods outside, almost as if something or someone was moving around. Morning came, and I pushed the strange events of the night aside. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow over the land. I made a quick breakfast of eggs and bacon and then headed out. I decided to hike deeper into the forest, away from the cabin. The trail was narrow, the underbrush thick with ferns and bushes. The scent of pine was strong in the air, mixed with the dampness from the previous night's rain. For the first hour or so, the hike was uneventful. I moved slowly, appreciating the solitude and the quiet of the forest. The world around me felt so far removed from the life I had back home. No emails, no phone calls, no responsibilities. Just me and the trees. I made my way to a small clearing where a stream wound through the landscape. It was peaceful, but that nagging feeling, the one that had crept into my mind last night, was still there. Couldn't shake it. I sat by the creek for a while, just staring at the water as it flowed over rocks. I figured I'd try fishing again. I set up my rod and sat back, the line drifting lazily in the current. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. At first, I thought it was just a deer or maybe a rabbit. But when I turned my head, there was nothing there. I stood up and walked over to the spot where I'd seen it, scanning the area. The forest was dense here, and it was hard to see far, but I had the unmistakable feeling that I wasn't alone. My stomach twisted. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just a trick of the light or an animal. But as I walked back toward the cabin, that feeling kept gnawing at me, growing stronger with each step. I had to brush the thought out of my head, but I couldn't help it. The further I went, the more aware I became of the silence around me. It wasn't the usual quiet of the woods. It felt suffocating, like something was hiding just beyond the trees, watching. When I returned to the cabin, the daylight had begun to fade, and the temperature dropped sharply. I started a fire and made some dinner, trying to push the odd feelings away. But that night, it was even worse. The sounds outside were more frequent, louder. Scratching, shuffling, and then a strange tapping against the window. I grabbed the flashlight and went outside, shining the beam over the ground, the trees, the porch, but there was nothing there. I checked the windows, locked the doors, and tried to settle into bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. I could feel my pulse racing, and I couldn't stop looking out the window, expecting something to appear in the dark. It was as though the forest had come alive in the night. At some point, I drifted off, but the next thing I knew, I was awake again, wide-eyed, listening to the sound of something heavy moving around outside. It wasn't the wind this time. It was deliberate, slow steps crunching against the fallen leaves. My heart hammered in my chest. I lay there in the dark, paralyzed by fear. Whoever or whatever was out there, it wasn't leaving. I waited for what felt like hours. The sounds continued, circling around the cabin, as though whatever it was had figured out how to move silently. When I couldn't take it anymore, I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The nearest town was miles away, and I was completely alone. Finally, just as I was about to go outside and confront whatever was out there, the sounds stopped. The night fell into an eerie quiet. I don't know why, but I had the sense that whatever it was watching me, waiting for me to make a move. The hours dragged on, and by morning, I was exhausted. But when I stepped outside into the early light, I saw it. Something had been circling the cabin all night. The ground was torn up, leaves scattered in a wide pattern around the house. And in the dirt, there were footprints. Large, heavy prints, not human, but too big for any animal I could recognize. It was then I realized I had no idea who or what was out there, but it had been watching me, and it was waiting. I didn't spend another night there. I packed up my things, left the cabin, and drove back into town. The place, once a sanctuary, felt more like a trap. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I don't know if anyone would believe me, but I'm sure of one thing: whatever was out there in those woods is still watching, waiting for the next person to come looking for peace. It was late in the fall, and I had decided to take a week off work to disconnect from everything. The stress from the office was starting to wear me down, and I thought a solo camping trip in the mountains would be just the thing to clear my head. I didn't have much planned, just me, my dog, and the great outdoors. I packed up my truck and headed out to a cabin I had rented in a remote area near the Santa Fe National Forest in New Mexico. I had always loved the idea of getting away from it all, and with my dog, Max, by my side, I figured this would be the perfect chance to recharge. Max was an 8-year-old German Shepherd, loyal and strong. He had been with me through thick and thin, always by my side, and I trusted him completely. We'd been on a few camping trips together before, but this would be our longest adventure yet. The drive was long, but the scenery made it worthwhile. The sun was setting as I made my way down a narrow dirt road that wound through tall pine trees, the sky turning a rich orange behind the mountains. There was no one else around, just the occasional rustle of leaves or a distant bird call. When I finally reached the cabin, I could tell it had been left vacant for a while, but it wasn't run down or falling apart. The wood was sturdy, and the porch had a rocking chair that creaked softly in the wind. I let Max out of the truck, and he immediately ran around in circles, sniffing the air. The air was crisp and smelled like pine and earth. After unloading the gear, I locked the truck and took a deep breath. Felt good to be out here, far from civilization. The first few days were quiet. I spent my time hiking along the trails, reading by the fireplace, and cooking simple meals. Max seemed to enjoy the freedom, running ahead of me on the trails, always looking back to make sure I was still there. I didn't feel lonely. The peace of the wilderness was enough company. But on the fourth day, something felt off. It started in the middle of the night. Max woke me up with a low growl, a sound I rarely heard from him. He was sitting by the window, his fur bristling along his back, staring out into the darkness. I glanced at the clock, 3:15 a.m. It was too early for anything to be out there. Maybe a coyote or some other animal passing through. But Max wasn't usually so reactive to small animals. I tried to calm him down, but he wasn't having it. He paced around the cabin, his claws clicking against the wooden floors, then ran back to the window, growling again. I got up and grabbed my flashlight, thinking I'd take a look around outside. I didn't want to leave Max alone, so I put him on his leash and opened the door. The night air was cold, and the sky was clear, full of stars. There was no sign of anything unusual. The ground was still too still. No wind, no sounds of nocturnal creatures. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. I shone the flashlight across the area, but everything appeared normal. After a few minutes, I decided to go back inside. Maybe Max had heard something, but there was nothing to see. That's when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic thumping sound. It was faint at first, but it grew louder. It was coming from the direction of the woods, somewhere beyond the tree line. Max started pulling against his leash, his body tense, his fur standing up. I turned the flashlight toward the sound, but the beam didn't penetrate far enough to reveal anything. I couldn't ignore it anymore. The noise was unmistakable. Someone was out there. I took a deep breath and, with Max by my side, ventured toward the edge of the trees. The thumping sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I stood still, waiting for a moment, but there was nothing. The silence returned, heavier than before. It wasn't like me to feel afraid, but there was something in the air now, a strange tension that I couldn't shake off. I turned back toward the cabin, ready to head inside, but that's when I saw it, a figure in the distance moving between the trees. I froze. Max growled low again, the hair along his back standing up. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. The figure was tall, maybe 6 feet or more, and it was moving quickly. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. I couldn't make out any details in the dim light, but I knew it wasn't an animal. It was too large, too deliberate in its pace. My heart began to race. I pulled Max back toward the cabin, but he wasn't having it. He lunged toward the figure, barking now. I held him back as best as I could, but the noise must have attracted more attention. Another shadow moved closer, and then another. Soon, there were at least 3 figures, all moving in our direction. I didn't think twice. I bolted for the cabin, Max pulling on the leash with all his strength. The door was only a few feet away, but I could feel the panic rising in my chest as I heard the footsteps behind us, getting closer. The moment we reached the door, I slammed it shut and locked it, breathing heavily, my hands shaking. Max was barking at the door now, his eyes wide with fear. I tried to calm him down, but he was frantic. It was clear something was out there, and it wasn't friendly. I turned on all the lights in the cabin, closed all the curtains, and sat down by the door with Max, trying to figure out what to do next. I kept glancing out the window, but I didn't see anyone. The figures were gone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there, watching. Minutes felt like hours. I didn't dare go outside again. Max eventually calmed down, though he still kept his watch by the door. I stayed up all night, unable to sleep, listening for any sound, waiting for the morning light. When the sun finally rose, I opened the door cautiously. The silence was almost unbearable. There was no sign of the figures, nothing but the usual quiet of the forest. I inspected the perimeter of the cabin, but there were no tracks, no footprints, nothing to suggest that anyone had been out there at all. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew that whatever had been out there was still nearby. There was something about that night, something I couldn't explain. The whole experience felt off, like we had been targeted, watched. I packed up the truck later that day and left. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that we weren't welcome out there. Max was quiet in the passenger seat, his head resting on the window as we drove away. I looked back one last time at the cabin and the mountains beyond, but I didn't feel relief. I felt a sense of unease that lingered long after I'd left that place. By the time we reached the highway and the city skyline came into view, I realized that I wasn't just leaving the cabin behind. I was leaving something much darker in the past. But I didn't regret it. Max and I were safe, and I had learned that sometimes, even in the wilderness, there are things better left undisturbed. I was 34 when I first stepped into that old cabin near the graveyard. It was the fall of 2013, late October. I remember the leaves were still clinging to the trees, orange and brown and brittle, like they were too stubborn to fall. I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship, and I needed space, somewhere quiet to think, to clear my head. My cousin David had a friend who owned a piece of land up near a place called McCreary Ridge in western North Carolina. The friend was working overseas, so the property was empty. He said I could stay there as long as I wanted, free of charge. It was supposed to be peaceful. The land stretched out for miles, thick with woods, dirt roads, and a small, forgotten graveyard maybe 100 yards behind the cabin. I didn't know about the graveyard until after I got there. Nobody mentioned it beforehand. Not that it would have changed my mind. I wasn't superstitious, still not, but I should have asked more questions. The cabin itself was small. 1 bedroom, a tight kitchen, a short hallway that led to a bathroom. No running water. The electricity came from a propane generator in a metal box outside. There was a stack of old wood on the porch and a rusted axe leaning against the railing. Inside, the place smelled like old cedar and dust. Mice had gotten into the pantry. The floor creaked with every step. It felt like the house had been asleep for a long time and didn't want to be disturbed. The first couple days were quiet, peaceful even. I kept myself busy cleaning up the cabin, chopping wood, hiking the trails behind the property. I found the graveyard on the second day while wandering through the woods. It was small, maybe 30 headstones, all weathered and chipped. The newest one I could find was dated 1917. Some of the names had faded completely. Others had moss growing over the letters. A rusted fence circled the area, but it was broken in spots and overgrown with vines. I stood there for a while, reading names I couldn't pronounce. The trees around the graveyard were dead quiet. No birds, no wind, just the crunch of leaves under my boots. It felt off, but not dangerous. On the third night, I noticed the sounds. It started with tapping, just light taps, barely noticeable, like someone flicking the window glass. At first, I thought it was branches. The wind had picked up, and the trees were close. But the tapping kept happening even when the wind stopped. It came from the back windows, the ones facing the graveyard. It never happened during the day, only at night. I tried to ignore it. I read books, cooked simple meals on the propane stove, and kept the fire going in the little iron stove in the living room. But every night, like clockwork, the tapping came back. I would get up, check the windows with a flashlight, but there was never anything there. Just leaves and shadows. I even walked out behind the cabin once around midnight. The wind was cold enough to numb my fingers in minutes. I stood there, facing the graveyard, the flashlight's beam cutting across crooked stones and tree roots. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. By the end of the first week, I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow. Not because I thought something was out there. I told myself it was just to feel safe, but I started noticing other things, small things. The door to the pantry, which I always kept closed, would be open in the morning. My boots were moved from the porch to just inside the door. Once I found the woodpile rearranged, like someone had been looking for something underneath. But I was alone. No one else had been up there. The nearest neighbor was over 4 miles down a dirt road, and my truck hadn't moved since I parked it. Then came the scratching. It wasn't like the tapping. This was different, longer, slower. Scratches along the outside walls just under the windows, like someone dragging a nail or a stick across the siding. It only happened once or twice a night, always between 2 and 4 in the morning. It got to the point where I would wake up automatically around that time, just listening. Some nights I stayed awake until sunrise, just sitting in the dark with the fire crackling and my knife in hand. I decided to set up a camera. I had one of those small trail cams I used when I went bow hunting. I mounted it on a tree facing the back of the cabin, pointed toward the graveyard. It had night vision and a motion sensor. The next morning, I checked the footage. Nothing, just static night images of the yard, the trees barely swaying. I kept the camera running for days. Still nothing, but the sounds kept coming. One morning, I found prints in the soft ground near the back door. They weren't boot prints, bare feet. Thin, narrow, not child-sized, but not fully adult either. The toes were splayed out like whoever it was walked flat-footed, without lifting their feet much.
No shoes, no socks.
Just bare skin pressed into the mud. I followed them to the edge of the graveyard, but they disappeared into the leaves and pine needles. That day I drove into town and bought a second lock for the cabin door, plus a few extra batteries and another trail cam. I didn't tell anyone what was happening. What could I say? That someone was tapping on my windows and scratching my walls at night, leaving barefoot tracks outside? I would have sounded insane. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. That night, the generator went out. It sputtered, coughed, and died just after sunset. I went outside with my headlamp and checked it, but the gas was full. No clogs in the line. Nothing obvious. It wouldn't start back up. I spent the night in the dark, with only the firelight and a single flashlight. Around 3:20 a.m., the scratching came again. This time, it circled the entire cabin. Slow, deliberate, like someone walking around the house, dragging something along the walls. I sat on the floor with my back against the couch, heart hammering in my chest, every muscle locked. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I packed. I told myself I was done. I could go stay with David for a few days, figure something else out. I didn't need this. I loaded up the truck, turned the key, and nothing. The engine clicked, then nothing. The battery was dead. I popped the hood, checked the terminals, no corrosion. Everything looked fine. But it wouldn't turn over. I didn't have jumper cables. No cell service up there either. I was stuck. I spent the day walking the road, hoping to flag down a car. I walked 5 miles and never saw another soul. The road was rutted and narrow, barely wide enough for a single car. Most people didn't use it anymore. By late afternoon, I turned back. I made it to the cabin just before dark. The woods felt heavier somehow. Not darker, just heavier, like the trees were pressing in closer. That night was the worst. I didn't sleep. I didn't even try. I sat on the floor with the knife in one hand and a fire poker in the other.
No lights, no generator.
Just the fire. Around 2:40, the tapping started again. Then the scratching. Then I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, boards creaking. Then silence. And then breathing, just outside the door. Slow, raspy breathing. I could hear it through the thin wood. I held my breath, afraid to move, afraid to blink. The breathing lasted for maybe 10 minutes. Then it stopped. I waited an hour before I even moved. In the morning, I found something on the porch, a piece of rope, coiled neatly, with a rusty nail stuck through the center. I checked the trail cams. One had been turned around, facing the tree it was mounted on. The other was gone completely. That day, I started walking again. I packed a small bag and left the rest. I hiked 10 miles through the woods, not following the road this time, just moving southeast toward the nearest town on my GPS. It took all day, but I made it to a ranger station just before dark. They called a tow truck and got me to a mechanic. Turns out someone had cut the battery cables on my truck. Clean slice. Same thing with the generator. I didn't go back to that cabin, not even to pick up my gear. I told David to tell his friend to burn the place down if he wanted. I didn't care. I still don't. It's been over 10 years since then. I live in Tennessee now. Quiet place, small town. I don't go camping anymore. I don't hike. I keep a generator and 3 backup power supplies in my garage. And I never leave my windows open at night. Sometimes I still wake up around 3 a.m., heart racing, ears tuned to sounds that aren't there. I don't believe in ghosts. I never did. But I believe someone was out there, living near that graveyard, watching me from the trees. Someone who didn't want company. And I made the mistake of staying too long. It was late in the fall, the kind of late where the days grow short and the air turns brisk with a bite that makes you pull your jacket tighter. The kind of time where the forest is thick with the smell of damp leaves and the crunch of dry wood beneath your boots. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. 3 days away from everything. No distractions, no phone, just me, the wilderness, and the cabin I'd rented. The place was a small, isolated cabin tucked away in the dense woods of northern Montana. A friend of mine had mentioned it in passing, something about a secluded place where you could unplug and really get away from it all. It wasn't luxurious, just a simple structure made of timber with a small wood stove, a bed, a table, and a few chairs. It had a charm about it, like something out of an old storybook, but it was the isolation that made it perfect for what I needed. I arrived around midday, the sky cloudy, threatening rain but holding off. The long, winding road leading to the cabin was muddy from recent rain, with patches of snow from an early winter that had made its presence known. I parked my truck in front of the cabin, the tires slipping slightly on the wet ground as I unloaded my gear. The cabin had no neighbors for miles. The closest town was about an hour away, a small, forgotten place that seemed like it had barely enough life to keep the streetlights on. When I pulled up to the cabin, it felt like the world had shrunk down to just me, the wilderness, and the looming trees. The door creaked as I opened it, and the smell of old wood and earth greeted me. Inside, it was cozy enough, with a few mismatched pieces of furniture and a well-used wood stove that looked like it had seen its fair share of winters. A small shelf held a few books, most of them dusty, like the kind of things people leave behind and never come back for. A fireplace stood to the side, but I knew better than to try lighting a fire with the wet wood I had brought from the truck. Instead, I started a fire in the stove and let it fill the space with heat. The warmth was a welcome comfort against the cold bite of the air outside. I unpacked slowly, taking in the surroundings. The cabin was rustic but well-maintained. There were no signs of neglect, no broken windows, no signs of animals having found their way inside. I placed my food in the small fridge, organized my gear, and set up a small cot in the corner of the room. By the time I was finished, the fire was crackling merrily in the stove, and the sky outside had turned a darker gray, the first hint of rain starting to tap against the cabin windows. I had planned on spending the afternoon exploring the area. I had heard there were some old logging trails nearby, and I wanted to stretch my legs and get a feel for the land. But the rain came down harder, a steady drizzle that quickly soaked through my jacket. I decided to stay in the cabin for the evening and cook something simple, a hot meal to pass the time. The rain was soothing, almost rhythmic, as it beat against the roof and the windows, giving the place an oddly comforting isolation. As the evening wore on, I began to feel the full weight of solitude settle over me. I had been alone before, of course, spent plenty of nights camping by myself, but there was something different about the stillness here. The wind had picked up, and I could hear the branches outside scraping against the side of the cabin, the sound sharp and unsettling in the silence of the interior. The isolation, the complete absence of any other human presence, was starting to feel off. I brushed it off as nothing more than a natural reaction to being in such an isolated place. The night dragged on. The fire in the stove hissed and crackled, and I spent the hours reading one of the old books left on the shelf. The rain had slowed, but the wind was still strong, pushing the trees in strange directions. A creak echoed through the cabin. I froze, my heart jumping in my chest. It was the floorboards shifting, I told myself. The wind was just pushing at the wood, making it bend and groan. It was nothing, but then I heard something else. A faint tapping sound, light and quick, like something small was knocking against the cabin. I stood up slowly, straining to listen. The wind? No, the tapping was coming from outside, but it was irregular. Not the rhythm of a branch brushing against the cabin, but something more deliberate. I moved cautiously toward the door, peeking through the window to see what I could. Nothing, just the dark, wet forest stretching out in all directions. The rain had stopped, but the night was thick with shadows. I shook my head, trying to calm myself down. It was just the woods. Animals, maybe, deer or a raccoon, something small moving in the brush. I was being paranoid. There was no reason to think otherwise. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and went back to the stove to tend to the fire. The tapping stopped, and the silence returned. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Every creak, every gust of wind, every small shift of the wood seemed magnified in the stillness. It wasn't long before I decided to turn in for the night. I blew out the lantern, left only the dim glow of the stove to cast long shadows across the room, and pulled the thick wool blanket up around my shoulders. I hadn't been asleep for long when I heard it again. A faint, steady tapping against the cabin wall, this time coming from the back. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. This was something different, something purposeful. My heart started to race as I lay still, trying to breathe quietly, trying not to make a sound. I couldn't see anything, couldn't figure out what could be causing it. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more unlikely than the last. I considered getting up and checking, but the cabin was silent, and the more I thought about it, the less I wanted to leave the safety of the blankets. What if I was just hearing things? What if there was something out there? Minutes dragged by, maybe hours. I kept listening, every small noise making my heart skip. Then the tapping stopped. A new sound replaced it, a scraping sound, like nails dragging across stone. This sound was louder, closer. It was unmistakable. Whatever it was at the cabin now. I shot up from the bed, my feet hitting the cold floor. My mind screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't. The door was locked. I was trapped. I moved toward the window, pulling back the curtain slowly. The yard outside was bathed in moonlight, the trees casting long shadows that seemed to move with the breeze. Nothing out of place, no sign of anyone. Yet the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, like something unseen was there, just beyond the reach of the light. I held my breath and listened. No more scraping.
No tapping.
Just the soft wind. I moved back from the window, my legs shaking now from the adrenaline. I tried to make myself believe it was nothing, but the feeling wouldn't leave. The cabin felt smaller somehow, like it was closing in on me. Then there was a thud, heavy, solid. The door. Someone had hit it. My heart slammed into my chest, and panic surged. I grabbed the fire poker by the stove, the only thing close to a weapon I could find. I stood at the door, tense, listening for any further movement. Nothing came, only silence. The world outside seemed frozen in place. I was about to step forward, about to do something, when the door suddenly opened. The wind had picked up again, and the door creaked slightly in its frame, but it had not fully opened on its own. I stood there, my breath shallow, gripping the poker in my hands. The door had been locked, but there was no one on the other side. No footprints in the mud, no sign of anything unusual. The night stretched on, but the rest of it passed in a blur. I don't know how much longer I stayed awake, staring at the door, the windows, the shadows. When morning finally came, I left the cabin early, not bothering to pack everything up. I just wanted out of there. Looking back, I don't know what I encountered that night, but when I got to my truck and left the woods behind, I felt the weight of the experience lift off my shoulders, as if something unseen had been waiting for me to leave. I didn't go back to that cabin, and I didn't tell anyone what had happened. But that night, I learned that sometimes the quietest places hide the loudest secrets, and sometimes the scariest things are the ones you can't explain. The door was unlocked when I left, but I don't think I'll ever know what truly happened that night. I was 25 when my dad's old friend, Russ, invited me on a cabin trip up north. It was 2019, early October, and I was between jobs, just sort of drifting after quitting a desk job in Dallas that had drained me for 2 years straight. My dad thought it'd be good for me to get out of the city for a few days, breathe some mountain air, get my head straight. He called Russ, who lived up in Wyoming and spent most of his time fixing up old motorcycles and occasionally guiding hunting trips. They'd been in the Marines together back in the 80s and kept in touch over the years. Russ owned a cabin out in the Medicine Bow region, almost 3 hours west of Laramie, right near the edge of a stretch of private land he had access to. He told me it wasn't fancy. No running water, limited solar power with stove, outhouse, but it was quiet, isolated, and stocked with everything we'd need. Figured, why not? I hadn't been camping since I was a teenager and never stayed in a real off-grid cabin before. I drove up from Denver in my old Honda with a backpack, some thermals, a couple books, and a bit of nervous energy I couldn't quite place. Russ met me at a little gas station outside Centennial. He was pushing 60, tanned and tough, wearing a faded green parka and thick work gloves. He still had that military posture, stiff back, eyes always scanning. We drove out in his rusted black Tacoma for another 45 minutes, the road getting narrower, rougher. The sky was gray, and snow lingered in patches along the trees even though it hadn't started falling heavy yet. The cabin sat on a ridge tucked between two hills, surrounded by dense lodgepole pine and fir. From the front porch, you could barely see down the slope toward a narrow creek about 50 yards out. Behind us, the terrain rose sharply into thicker woods. The place looked sturdy enough. Logs weathered but solid, tin chimney puffing smoke. It was dead quiet. No birds, no wind, just the crunch of gravel and pine needles under our boots. Inside was warmer than I expected. The wood stove had been burning for hours. Russ had a bunk in the corner, a big table stacked with gear, maps, tools, and a small shelf packed with old paperbacks and hunting magazines. He tossed me a sleeping bag and pointed to a cot by the window. That was mine. I spent the rest of the day helping him chop wood, carry gear, and check on a busted trail camera he had further down the hill. He said the camera had stopped working a few weeks back and hadn't had time to get down to it. I followed him down a steep slope into a stand of aspen, where the trees opened up just enough to see clear across the drainage. The camera was strapped to a bent pine, but the battery pack had been yanked loose, wires exposed and chewed. Russ grumbled something under his breath and pocketed the SD card. That night, we ate stew from a can, sipped whiskey from tin cups, and sat in silence for long stretches. He didn't say much, which I liked. Just the occasional "you're lucky to be up here," or "this place clears the junk out of your head." I stayed up after he went to bed, reading a book under the dim yellow light of a battery-powered lantern. Every now and then, I'd glance at the window and catch my reflection. For a second, I thought it was someone else. The second day started clear but cold. We hiked further west, looking for signs of deer. Russ didn't hunt much anymore, but he liked checking tracks, reading the land. I didn't ask why. Something about the way he kept scanning the trees stuck with me, like he expected someone to be out there. Once or twice he'd stop and listen for a while, head tilted. But we never saw anyone. Just rabbit tracks, old droppings, and a shattered boot print near a muddy streambed, too deep for the season. I mentioned the print. He just nodded. That night I couldn't sleep. Something about the quiet felt different. Too empty. The wind had picked up slightly, and I kept hearing small creaks, scratches, tapping. I told myself it was just the wind, branches, or maybe squirrels. But around 2 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, just a few steps, then nothing. I sat up in my cot, heart pounding, and listened. The stove crackled softly, and Russ snored on the other side of the room. I waited for the steps again, but there was nothing. I must have stared at that door for an hour before I dozed off. The next morning, I mentioned the sound casually. Russ didn't react much, just asked if I locked the door. I hadn't. He nodded, got up, and bolted it without a word. Later that day, we drove out to check on a trail Russ had marked a few seasons back. He wanted to see if a rock slide had blocked the path. As we hiked up, I noticed strange things. A broken hatchet handle left in the dirt, a blue tarp shredded in the brush, rusted food can stuffed in a hollow tree. Russ seemed uneasy. He knelt by the cans, sniffed them, then stood up fast. "Somebody's been squatting out here," he muttered. First real thing he said all day. I asked if that was common. He shook his head, said the land was too isolated. No one came up here unless they meant to. That night, he brought a rifle into the cabin and laid it across his lap while he cleaned it. He didn't say anything else about the squatters, but I could tell he was rattled. He double-checked the door, windows, and even nailed a board across the back window. I watched him from the cot, feeling that tight, dry knot in my chest again. The third night is when things got bad. Started with a noise, not inside, but somewhere near the creek. A low, metallic thud, like something heavy hitting an old pipe. Russ sat up straight in his cot. He looked at me and held a finger to his lips, then grabbed the rifle and eased toward the front door. We listened for a long time, then a dragging sound, like something being hauled across gravel. Not fast, not slow, just steady. He opened the door an inch and peeked out, then shut it fast and whispered, "Stay down." I ducked beside the cot, heart hammering. Russ moved to the window and squinted through the slats. Nothing. We waited. Then a loud bang on the side of the cabin. Not a knock, a strike. Like a boot or a rock hitting the wall. Russ moved fast. Killed the lantern. Total darkness. For 10 minutes we stayed like that. I could barely breathe. My ears strained for any sound. There were footsteps again, maybe two people, maybe one moving in circles. Then silence. We waited another hour before Russ turned the lantern back on. His hands were shaking. He said he didn't see anyone, but something had been left on the porch. He stepped out with the rifle and came back in holding a plastic bag. Inside bones. Rabbit bones picked clean. Twine wrapped around them in a loose knot. No blood. No fur. Just a little red ribbon tied at the end. Neither of us slept. By morning, Russ was different. Quiet. Distant. He said we needed to leave early, maybe head back to town for a day or two. Said he'd explain later. We packed fast. By noon, we had most of our gear loaded in the truck. Russ went back to the cabin to grab something. A pair of binoculars, I think, and I stayed by the truck. That's when I saw him. Across the creek, up on the opposite ridge. A man. Standing still between two trees. He wore a heavy jacket, hood up, one hand gripping something long. Maybe a walking stick or a crowbar. I stared for maybe 5 seconds. Then he moved back into the trees, slow and deliberate. I didn't say anything until Russ came back. When I told him, he grabbed my arm and said, "We're going. Now." We didn't talk the whole drive down. Just the crunch of tires over rock and the occasional radio static. He dropped me off back in Centennial and told me to call my dad. He'd handle the rest. A week later, I got a text from Russ. Just one line. Guy was living in the shack near the South Trail. Gone now. Left in a hurry. That was it. I never went back to that cabin. A year later, Russ sold the property and moved to Idaho. He told my dad he was done with Wyoming. Said something had changed out there. Too many people drifting into the woods, no one watching. I still think about that man on the ridge, the sound on the porch, the bones in the bag. But more than anything, I think about how close we must have been to something worse. Something we never fully saw. Something that didn't want to be seen. And how lucky we were to leave when we did. It was October of 2013. I was 27 years old and going through a rough time in my life. I just ended a long relationship, and work had been dragging me down. My cousin Jared, who lived out in rural Arkansas, owned a small plot of land with a rundown cabin on the far edge of his property. He raised chickens and goats, mostly, and rented the rest of the land to other local farmers. The cabin wasn't much, but it had a roof, for walls, a cot, and a wood-burning stove. It was the kind of place you stayed in when you wanted to disappear for a while, and that's exactly what I needed. Jared said I could use it for as long as I wanted. He lived a few miles away, closer to town, and only came out to that side of the property every now and then to check on a few things. The rest was wild woods, open pasture, and barbed wire fencing. There was no cell reception, no Wi-Fi, and no electricity. Just me, the cabin, and whatever I brought with me. I packed light, some canned food, a knife, 2 heavy-duty flashlights with extra batteries, a thick sleeping bag, a few books, a notebook, and a cooler full of water and beer. I drove down on a gray Friday morning, taking a few wrong turns along the way. Jared had to meet me at the gas station and lead me down a maze of dirt roads before we finally reached the turnoff to the cabin path. It wasn't even really a driveway, just 2 ruts in the earth, winding through trees. He didn't come all the way with me, just pointed up the road and told me the fence gate was open. Said to watch for coyotes but not to worry much. The place was quiet this time of year. No hunters, no kids, no hikers. Just woods and wind. The cabin was old and leaned slightly to one side, but the door held tight and the windows were still sealed. Inside, it smelled like dust, dry wood, and a little mold. I swept the floor, unpacked, and got the stove going. That night, I ate chili with crackers and listened to the wind howl through the trees. It was peaceful. I liked the silence. I hadn't realized how much I missed that until then. The next day, I walked the land. I hiked for hours, just wandering through the trees and across open fields. There were faded cow paths and small creeks that had mostly dried up. I found a rusted-out truck bed deep in the woods, filled with old bottles and animal bones. I saw a few deer and 1 wild pig that took off running the second it saw me. That night was colder, and I noticed the stove didn't keep the place as warm as I'd hoped. I piled on an extra layer and slept in my clothes. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up to what I thought was scratching outside the wall near my head. It was light, could have been branches in the wind. I held my breath and listened for a while, but it didn't happen again, so I eventually drifted off. The next morning, I checked around the outside of the cabin. There were scratch marks near the back corner, right where I'd heard the sound. They were shallow, scattered, didn't look like anything serious. Probably a raccoon or stray dog. I brushed it off and went about the day. On Sunday, I explored the northern edge of the land, closer to where a dry creek split through a field. That's where I noticed something strange. It was a wooden ladder leaning up against a tree. It was too new-looking to be something Jared would have built. No moss, no rust on the nails. Just a clean, maybe 8-foot ladder, propped against an oak for no clear reason. I climbed it, half curious, but it just led to a thick limb. No stand, no blind, nothing else. I climbed back down and moved on, but something about it stuck with me. I made a note of it in my notebook when I got back that night. I didn't sleep well, kept waking up to the sound of twigs breaking. I told myself it was just animals, but the noises felt intentional. Paused, shifted, like someone walking and stopping when I listened. I got up at one point and shined my flashlight out the window, but it didn't reach far into the woods. All I saw were branches and blackness. The next morning, I felt tired and irritable. I walked less, stayed closer to the cabin. Around late afternoon, I decided to gather more firewood. I followed a deer trail behind the cabin that led to a small clearing full of fallen limbs. As I bent to grab a thick branch, I noticed a small piece of cloth caught in the brush nearby. It was torn, looked like denim, faded blue, dirt-stained, and frayed. I figured someone had been through there before, maybe a hunter, maybe a trespasser. I pocketed the cloth and headed back. That night, the scratching came back, louder this time, on 2 sides of the cabin. It was steady for nearly a full minute. Not claws, more like dragging. Then it stopped completely. I stayed frozen in my cot, gripping my flashlight with both hands. I didn't look outside. I didn't want to. The next morning, I found something even worse. Shoe prints, 2 sets. One large, boot-sized, and one smaller, like sneakers. They circled the cabin, passed by the front steps, and disappeared back into the trees. They were fresh. I could see the details in the dirt, tread patterns, toe marks, heel pressure. I left a note in my notebook with the time and date and what I saw. I also noted the fact that I hadn't seen another person in days. Jared wasn't due to come by for another week. I decided to make a short trip into town the next day. I needed to get more firewood anyway, and I thought I could pick up a basic trail cam if they had one. Just something to see what was coming around the cabin at night. I left early that morning, locking up the cabin behind me. The drive was long and slow. The dirt road was rough and took nearly an hour to reach the highway. I found a small hardware store and bought a cheap trail camera, some batteries, and more canned food. On the way back, I stopped at a gas station and jotted down the sheriff's number in case I needed it. When I got back, I found the cabin door wide open. My heart dropped. I didn't go in right away. I walked around first, circling the cabin slowly, looking for movement. Nothing. I picked up a thick branch and held it tight as I stepped inside. Everything was the same, mostly. My sleeping bag was pulled halfway off the cot. The cooler was moved. One of the books was on the floor, face down. Nothing was stolen, not that I could tell, but someone had definitely been inside. I installed the trail camera in the trees across from the cabin entrance and pointed it at the front door. I made sure the batteries were fresh and tested the motion sensor. Then I locked myself inside, braced the door with a chair, and kept the flashlight close. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, sitting on the cot, ears straining for every sound. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard something again. Footsteps, crunching leaves. They came close to the front steps, then stopped. For a long time, there was nothing but silence. Then one knock, just one. Firm, deliberate, like the back of a knuckle on wood. I didn't move. I didn't respond. After 10 minutes, the steps moved away. I sat there until sunrise. The next morning, I retrieved the camera. It had taken one photo. The image was grainy, but clear enough. A man standing about 6 feet from the cabin, looking directly into the lens. He wore a dark jacket, jeans, and a cap. His face was pale, unshaven.
No smile.
No expression, just eyes staring straight ahead. Behind him, barely visible, was a second figure. Smaller, blurred in motion, like a child turning away. I packed everything and left that morning. I didn't clean up. I didn't check for prints. I drove back to town and called Jared from a payphone, told him I was done, thanked him, and hung up. I showed the photo to the local sheriff. He said he'd keep an eye on the place, but there wasn't much he could do. Said it was probably just trespassers. Meth heads maybe, kids messing around. I left the camera with him and drove 6 hours back to Little Rock. I never went back to that cabin. Jared sold the land 2 years later. He never saw anyone, never had another break-in. Said I must have scared them off. But I still think about that photo. The man's face, the child-sized blur behind him, and the knock, just one knock, like they were waiting to see if I'd answer. They knew I was inside, and they were watching, not for hours, but for days. I had never thought much about the idea of being alone in a remote cabin. The concept seemed fine in theory. A peaceful retreat, away from the noise of the world, where the only sounds to interrupt your thoughts were the natural whispers of wind through trees and the occasional rustle of wildlife. But that theory shattered the moment I arrived at the small glass cabin, nestled between a dense forest and the sharp cliffs of northern Colorado. The cabin had been advertised as a modern, minimalist escape. Its walls were made entirely of glass, offering a 360-degree view of the forest and mountains. It was a curious and alluring feature until I realized how exposed it made me feel, how each creak of the wood and crackle of the branches in the wind became magnified in the silence. I was supposed to be alone. That was the plan. A brief break from my hectic life in the city. Just me, the mountains, and my thoughts. I was in my late 20s, not particularly brave, but not overly fearful either. The thought of spending a night in a secluded spot sounded exciting. if not for the unsettling presence that started creeping in as the night fell. The cabin had no neighbors, not for miles. The road that led to it was long and unmarked, winding through thick patches of trees. I had driven the last hour of the trip in silence, aside from the occasional hum of my car's tires over gravel. The sunlight had begun to fade by the time I arrived, and the evening air had a cold bite to it, typical for a late autumn evening in these parts. I grabbed my backpack and headed inside, admiring the stark modernity of the cabin's interior. Everything was white, sleek, and clean, right down to the polished concrete floors. There was no clutter, nothing extraneous, just glass, wood, and metal, the perfect space for reflection, or so I thought. After unpacking and making a quick dinner, I sat down by the large window, watching the sun dip behind the mountain. The surrounding trees, with their leafless branches swaying in the wind, looked like tall, skeletal figures in the fading light. It should have been peaceful, but the isolation began to settle in like a weight on my chest. Nightfall came quickly, and with it the forest transformed. The sound of the wind became louder, almost ominous. The leaves rustled more violently, and the shadows of the trees shifted unnaturally as the moonlight filtered through the glass. I told myself it was nothing, that the sounds were just the wind, the same as always. But as I sat there, wrapped in the eerie stillness, something about the night felt wrong. It was around 10 p.m. when I first noticed the figure. I had been sitting on the couch, flipping through a book I hadn't really been reading, when I looked out the window and saw him. At first, it was just a silhouette, tall, thin, and seemingly standing perfectly still. My heart skipped a beat as I tried to focus, my eyes straining in the dim moonlight. He was standing just beyond the tree line, barely visible but undeniably there. His posture was stiff, unnaturally so, like someone waiting for something or someone. I told myself it was a trick of the light. There were animals in these woods. Maybe a deer or some other large creature had caught my attention. But as I looked closer, I realized something that sent a chill crawling up my spine. There was no movement, no breath, no shift in the posture, just an eerie stillness. For minutes that felt like hours, I watched, my breath held in my chest. Eventually, he moved, but not the way anyone should move. It was as if he was gliding, unnatural, smooth, and slow. He crossed the tree line without any discernible effort, never lifting a foot, his body shifting impossibly between the trunks of the trees as though they weren't even there. My pulse quickened, and panic gripped me. This wasn't a normal person. There was something wrong with the way he moved. Instinctively, I grabbed my phone and tried to call for help, but the service was spotty at best. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I dialed. The signal flickered in and out, and my heart sank when I realized I wouldn't be able to reach anyone. The man, if it even was a man, was getting closer, moving toward the cabin now, his form almost hidden by the shadows of the forest. I locked the door and made sure the windows were secure, but the sense of exposure remained. The glass walls of the cabin seemed more like a vulnerability than a design feature. There was no place to hide, no way to keep from being seen. I sat in the far corner of the cabin, my eyes constantly darting between the trees outside and the silhouette that was now close enough to see his features, or at least what I thought were his features. He was tall, as I had first assumed, but his face was hollow. The shadows played tricks on me, but there was no mistaking the eerie absence of detail in his features. He had no hair, no clear expression, just a blank, disturbing face. The further he got toward the cabin, the more unsettling his presence became. I couldn't tear my eyes away from him, and as he moved closer, I felt a profound, bone-deep dread. I grabbed a flashlight, and with trembling hands, I shone the beam toward him. The light sliced through the darkness, but when it touched his face, he was gone, vanished into the night as if he had never been there. I rushed to the door, opened it and scanned the area, but the man, or whatever he was, had disappeared completely. My breath came out in shaky bursts, and I stepped out cautiously, every sense heightened, but there was nothing. The trees stood still, the wind had died down, and the forest seemed unnervingly quiet. I didn't know what I was looking for or what I thought I would find. I should have gone back inside, locked up, and stayed put. But I needed answers. I needed to understand what had just happened. I didn't dare go too far from the cabin, but the distance between me and the tree line felt like miles. My gaze constantly shifted, searching for anything out of the ordinary, but the forest only seemed colder, more distant than before. I spent the rest of the night awake, unable to sleep. Every creak, every shift in the wind seemed amplified, and I felt a strange sensation of being watched. Eventually, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. It wasn't much comfort, but it was enough to give me a semblance of peace. I had survived the night, and whatever had happened, the man, the figure in the forest, seemed to be gone. As the sun rose higher in the sky, I made the decision to leave. The cabin, which had once seemed like the perfect escape, now felt like a trap. I packed up quickly, keeping my eyes on the trees, half expecting to see that figure emerge again from the shadows. But there was nothing. The woods were quiet once more, as if nothing had happened. I left the cabin behind, driving down the winding road with a sense of relief I couldn't explain. The figure in the forest would remain a mystery, but one thing was certain. I would never return to that glass cabin. The isolation had been its own kind of terror, and I would never forget the feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't have been there. I'd been looking forward to a break for weeks. The city was draining me, and I needed a few days of quiet solitude. The cabin, nestled deep in the woods near the outskirts of a small town called Pine Ridge, seemed like the perfect place to escape. It was just me, the mountains, and the trees, far from the distractions of technology and people. No one would know I was there, and that's exactly how I liked it. My name's Jake, by the way. I'm 32, a former detective who needed to step away from it all. The case that broke me, well, let's just say it left scars no one could see. I remember the day I arrived like it was yesterday. The sun was hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows over the winding dirt road that led up to the cabin. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of pine and wet soil. I pulled up in my old truck, the engine rumbling as I parked it beside the cabin. It was a quaint place, nothing too fancy, but exactly what I needed. A small wooden cabin with a wraparound porch and a stone fireplace inside. The surrounding forest seemed to swallow up the cabin, the trees so thick that they blocked most of the sky. I stepped out of the truck, stretching my legs after the long drive. The sound of crunching leaves underfoot was the only noise in the air. The breeze made the trees sway slightly, and for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. I grabbed my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and headed inside. The cabin's interior was simple but cozy. A leather couch, an old wooden coffee table, a kitchen area with basic appliances, and a small dining nook. The fireplace was the centerpiece of the living room, a stone structure that looked like it had been built with care. The place was clean, well-maintained, but it had that lived-in feel to it, like it was a home, not just a rental. I tossed my bag on the bed in the small bedroom, unpacked a few things, and opened the cabin's windows to let the fresh air in. I wasn't planning on doing much, just reading, maybe a little hiking if I felt up to it. The silence was comforting. But then, the first thing that didn't feel right happened. It was around dusk when I heard it, an engine noise. I stood at the window and looked out into the woods, but there was nothing. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. I shrugged it off, figuring maybe someone was passing through. There were a few cabins nearby, though they were miles apart. But I was here for peace and quiet, so the thought of anyone coming out here bothered me more than I let on. That night, I locked the door, settled in with a book by the fire, and tried to forget about the odd sound. It wasn't until later, when I was about to drift off to sleep, that I heard it again. This time, I was sure it was closer. Car engine not far off in the distance. Then there was a knock. A quick, sharp knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect visitors. And in this remote area, there wasn't much reason for anyone to stop by. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd stashed in the corner, just a precaution. Really, I wasn't expecting trouble, but I wasn't naive either. I approached the door slowly, listening carefully. The knock came again, a little louder this time. The third knock followed. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Standing there was a man. He looked like he was in his late 30s, wearing a weather jacket and a pair of boots that had clearly seen better days. His face was hardened, like someone who had spent too many years dealing with life's rough edges. But there was something about him that made me pause. His eyes were wide, unsettled, almost frantic. "Can I help you?" I asked, my grip tightening around the bat. I'm sorry to bother you," he said, his voice shaky. I'm in a bit of trouble." I didn't say anything at first. He was standing there in the cold, and I didn't want to make things worse, but I was cautious. People didn't just wander out here in the middle of nowhere unless they had a reason. "I'm a cop. I'm off duty," he added quickly, his voice slightly more composed now. "I got lost and my car broke down. Can I come inside for a moment? Just to use the phone?" I looked him over. He seemed legitimate enough, but the situation still felt off. No one else had driven up the road, and the fact that he was a cop only made me more wary. People in law enforcement always had an edge to them, and I knew from experience that some of them were dangerous when they were cornered. "Sure," I said reluctantly, stepping aside to let him in. The man stepped in, brushing past me quickly. He took off his jacket, revealing a gun holstered at his side. My eyes lingered on it for a second, then I quickly looked away. I'd seen enough firearms in my career to know how to handle them, but there was something about his presence that made me uneasy. "I'm really sorry to impose," he muttered, looking around the cabin like he was scanning for something. His eyes darted from the fireplace to the windows and then to the door. "I won't stay long, just need to make a call." I nodded, still holding the bat in one hand, trying to seem as casual as I could. I didn't trust him, but I couldn't throw him out either. He was a cop, and I didn't want to make an enemy of someone who had that kind of authority. He walked over to the table where my phone sat, plugged it into the wall, and began dialing. But his hand shook as he held the receiver, his breath coming out in shallow gasps. I could see the strain in his posture, the tension in the way his fingers gripped the phone. I waited in silence, the weight of the moment hanging between us. The sound of the wind outside was louder now, as if it was moving faster through the trees. Finally, the man put the phone down and turned to face me. He seemed different now, less composed. "Listen," he started, his voice trembling. "You don't know me, but I've got a problem, a big one." His eyes locked onto mine, and I could see the raw fear in them. I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, but before I could respond, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of a car engine in the distance. Another vehicle, this one coming fast. The man's eyes widened in panic. "They're coming," he whispered, almost to himself. "Who?" I asked, my voice low. I took a step back, still keeping my distance. "They'll kill me if they find me. They'll kill both of us." I didn't mean it, I swear. "I didn't mean to kill him," he said, his breath coming quicker now, his hands shaking. "It was supposed to be a routine stop. It wasn't supposed to go like this." A sickening realization hit me in that moment. He wasn't just any cop. He was a dirty cop, someone who had crossed the line, and now he was running from whatever he had done. Before I could process what he said, the door to the cabin burst open, and two men stormed in. They were both wearing jackets, but they weren't cops. I could see the glint of knives in their hands, and the tension in the room escalated instantly. The man behind the table dropped his head and muttered something under his breath, like he was praying. "Where is it?" one of them demanded, his voice sharp and dangerous. "I don't know what you're talking about," the man in the jacket said, standing up. His hands trembled as he backed away. "You're lying," the second man hissed, moving towards him. "You think you can run from this, huh? You're dead, man." Couldn't breathe. I was trapped in the middle of something far bigger than I had anticipated. These men were killers, and they weren't leaving without bloodshed. I moved toward the back of the cabin, clutching the bat tightly. There was no way out. The two men were closing in on the cop, and I was stuck. But then, something shifted. The cop reached down, pulling out his gun. In that instant, everything happened too fast for me to register. The gunshot was deafening, and the first man dropped to the floor, blood pouring from his chest. The second man lunged at him, but the cop fired again, hitting him in the leg. The man screamed in pain, falling to the ground. The cabin was filled with chaos. My heart was pounding in my ears, my hands trembling around the bat. When it was over, the man who had been shot in the chest was dead. His body sprawled across the floor, blood soaking into the wood. The second man was still alive, but he was holding his leg, groaning in pain. The cop stood over them, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was shaking, his face pale. He looked up at me, his eyes wild. "I didn't want to do this," he whispered, "but they were going to kill me. They were going to kill both of us." I stood there, not sure what to say. This was madness. It was over now, but the reality of it all still hadn't hit me. The cop had just killed two men in my cabin. There was no going back from that. In the end, the police would arrive, the cabin would be processed, and everything would be a blur of paperwork. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that I had been there, right in the middle of it, and I had survived. The cop, in his panic, was arrested later that week. He was charged with multiple crimes, but in the end, he didn't get the easy way out. I went back to the city after that, leaving the cabin behind. But it would always stay with me. The blood, the lies, the things we do when we think no one's watching. I didn't get the peaceful getaway I was hoping for. Instead, I left Pine Ridge with a story no one would believe. But I knew the truth, and it was enough. I needed a break from everything. The job, the noise, the daily routine. It was the second week of September 2017. I was 31 back then, working as a project coordinator for a logistics company in Spokane, Washington. Between all the emails, meetings, and client issues, I felt like I was drowning in small problems every single day. It wasn't the kind of job that kept you up at night, but it wore you down in other ways. Quietly, slowly. By the end of summer, I was just mentally cooked. I had a couple weeks of vacation saved up, and I figured I'd go somewhere quiet. Just me, nature, and nothing else. I wasn't really a cabin in the woods type before that trip, but something about being away from people sounded right. My coworker Eric had a family friend with a small cabin way up north near Priest Lake, Idaho. It was barely used anymore, according to him. Just an old single-room place with no TV or cell signal. The guy who owned it had a stroke years back and wasn't doing great. His son, who technically owned it now, didn't really go up there. Eric said he could reach out and get me the keys. A few days later, I was driving north with a backpack, a cooler full of frozen food, some bottled water, and a thick paperback book I'd been meaning to read for almost a year. I had no big plans, just reading, walking around, maybe fishing. I figured a few days out there and I'd feel human again. The road to the cabin wasn't even paved. It was all gravel and full of potholes. My car, a 04 Subaru Forester, could just barely handle it. Trees pressed in close from both sides. I hadn't seen another car in 20 minutes when I finally pulled into a small clearing with a rusted propane tank, an old fire pit, and a one-story log cabin with a green tin roof. No address, no mailbox, nothing fancy. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The steps leading up to the porch were warped and soft under my boots. There was a heavy padlock on the door. The key Eric gave me worked, though I had to shoulder the door a bit before it gave. Inside, the place was even more basic than I expected. One big room, a small table, 2 wooden chairs, a stone fireplace, a narrow cot with a thin mattress. No TV, no radio, no power outlets. There was a small gas stove and an ancient Coleman lantern hanging on a hook. I dropped my pack and took a deep breath. It smelled like old pine and dust. It was quiet, really quiet. Even outside, the only sounds were wind in the trees and the occasional crack of branches. I didn't do much that first night. Heated up a can of chili, drank a warm beer, sat on the porch for a while, listening. I wasn't scared. Not yet. Just unfamiliar with the kind of silence that deep. The kind of silence that makes you realize just how far you are from everything else. When I finally went to bed, I was tired enough that sleep came fast. The next morning, I woke to light pouring through the gaps in the wooden shutters. I made some coffee on the gas stove, stepped outside to stretch, and took a short walk down a path behind the cabin that led toward the lake. It wasn't close, maybe a 30-minute walk through thick trees. The trail wasn't maintained, but I managed. Found the lake. Still, blue, untouched. Nobody around. Not even boats in the distance. I stayed there a while, watching the water before heading back. I spent the day like that, walking around, reading, doing nothing in particular. I remember thinking, this is exactly what I needed. But that night, something small shifted. Around 1 a.m., I woke up. Couldn't say why. It wasn't a nightmare. I wasn't sweating or breathing heavy, just wide awake. I lay still for a while, waiting to fall back asleep. Then I thought I heard something, just a soft thump, like someone had dropped a rock outside. Could have been anything, a branch, an animal. Still, I sat up and listened. Nothing. I lay back down. Then I heard it again, closer this time. A shuffle or a step. Definitely not a tree or wind. I stayed still, staring at the ceiling. The lantern was off. The fireplace had burned out. It was pitch black. My mind was going fast now, trying to make sense of the sound. Maybe a deer, maybe even a bear. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it toward the window. The beam reflected off the glass, so I couldn't see anything. I got up, walked to the front door, and listened. I didn't open it. I wasn't that stupid. Just listened. There was no sound now, not even wind. I waited maybe 10 minutes before getting back into bed. I kept the flashlight next to me, though. The next day was normal again. I convinced myself it was probably a raccoon or something rooting around the fire pit. I looked around the yard. There weren't any clear tracks, but the ground was hard-packed and dry. I didn't see anything strange, so I let it go. The sun came up strong that day. I hiked back to the lake, fished a little, even fell asleep on the shore. I was trying to shake the feeling that something was off, but it got worse that second night. It was almost the same routine. I went to sleep around 10. No weird noises, no animals, but I woke up again, closer to 3 a.m. this time. I didn't hear a sound at first, just had that feeling again, like something had nudged me awake. I sat up in bed, grabbed the flashlight, and scanned the room. That's when I noticed the door. The front door wasn't closed all the way. It wasn't open either, just not latched. I knew I'd locked it. I always double-checked. That door stuck bad enough that you had to pull it hard just to close it. And it had been locked from the inside. I remember locking it after brushing my teeth. I got up slowly, flashlight shaking a little in my hand, and moved to the door. I pulled it shut and locked it again. This time, I dragged a wooden chair in front of it, just in case. I stayed awake until the sun came up. When daylight finally came, I searched the entire area around the cabin, walked a wide circle, checked the trees. I didn't find anything. No tracks, no trash, no sign anyone had been there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling anymore. I didn't want to panic, but I started asking myself hard questions. Could someone be messing with me? Did Eric's friend know I was here? Did he tell someone else? Was this cabin as forgotten as they said? I didn't want to leave right away. I come all this way. I thought maybe I could just be extra careful. So I stayed one more night. The third night was different. I didn't sleep. Not really. I lay on the cot with the lantern on, flashlight on my chest, knife from the kitchen under my pillow. The silence outside was thick. Around 1:40 a.m., I heard a sound like dry leaves crunching, then a creak on the porch. The exact same sound those warp steps made when I stepped on them. I didn't move. Then there was a scratch against the door. Not knocking, scratching. Long, slow drags of something against wood. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then it stopped. I didn't breathe. My heart was going so hard I thought it might give me away. Then silence again. After another 10 minutes, I got up. I moved as quiet as I could and crept toward the window, staying low. I eased the shutter open a sliver and looked outside. It was too dark. I couldn't see anything. I leaned in a little closer and something moved. Just a shadow, just a flicker, but it was there. Person, standing just outside the circle of the porch. They weren't moving, just standing, watching. My body locked up. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. I backed away from the window, sat down on the floor, and just waited. I waited hours. Dawn didn't come fast enough. When it finally did, I got up, looked outside again, and they were gone. I didn't pack anything. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, and I got into the car and started driving down that gravel road as fast as I could. I didn't stop. Not until I was back in Priest River, sitting in a gas station parking lot, breathing like I just run a marathon. I stayed at a motel that night. The next day, I called Eric and told him everything. He was shocked, said he had no idea anyone would be up there, said the family barely even remembered the cabin was still there. But I told him someone had been watching the place. Someone had come to that door. Someone scratched it while I was inside. Eric called the family friend, who swore nobody had access to it. The guy was in a nursing home and hadn't driven in years. His son hadn't been up that way in almost a decade. I don't know who that person was. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone using that cabin when it was empty. Maybe someone just waiting. But I never went back. I moved apartments 2 months later. I kept waking up in the middle of the night for a long time, sure I'd see someone at the door again. The scariest part isn't the night it happened. It's thinking how long they'd been watching me. If they had been in the woods that first night. If they'd come in when I was sleeping. If they'd just stood outside, listening. It's not like a movie. There's no twist.
No bloody showdown.
I didn't catch them or chase them off. I left, because that's what you do when something isn't right. I went looking for quiet. I found something else, and I won't make that mistake again. I had always dreamed of getting away from the hustle and bustle of daily life, a chance to clear my mind and take in the quiet of nature. So when I found a secluded cabin in the United Kingdom, deep in the countryside, I jumped at the opportunity. The cabin was located on the edge of a dense forest, with nothing around for miles but rolling hills, sheep grazing in fields, and the occasional deer passing through. It was exactly what I needed. I wanted to disconnect from the world and get some peace. The cabin itself was a small, rustic structure, built from dark wood and stone, with a slanted roof that looked like it had been there for generations. The windows were tall and narrow, allowing a sliver of light to seep in during the day, casting long shadows at night. It looked old, but well maintained. The interior was simple, just a small living room, a cozy kitchen, a single bedroom, and a bathroom tucked away at the back. There was no Wi-Fi, no television, no phone signal. Perfect. I arrived late in the afternoon, the golden light of the setting sun pouring over the hills as I unpacked my bags. There was something peaceful about the way the place felt, like it had been untouched by time. The only sounds were the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional distant bleat of a sheep. It felt like the world had slowed down. I decided to take a walk around the area before the sun dipped completely. The path leading away from the cabin curved through a dense forest, and I could hear the crunch of the dried leaves underfoot. The trees were tall and ancient, with their branches twisting up toward the sky like gnarled fingers. I had no specific destination in mind, but I wanted to explore. The forest was a maze of narrow trails, and the more I walked, the more I felt like I was being swallowed by it. There was no one around for miles, and the further I went, the more isolated I felt. As the light began to fade, I turned back toward the cabin. It didn't take long before I realized I had strayed farther than I meant to. The path back seemed unfamiliar, the trees now casting eerie, long shadows in the dying light. My heart rate quickened. I wasn't lost, but I had an unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. The wind had picked up by now, and the temperature had dropped. I started walking faster, trying to ignore the tightness in my chest. The thought of getting back to the warmth of the cabin kept me moving. As I neared the edge of the forest, I noticed something odd in the distance. It was a figure, a woman standing at the edge of the trees. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on me, but as I got closer, I could see her more clearly. She was standing still, facing away from me. Her posture was rigid, almost unnatural. She wore a long, dark coat, the fabric swaying slightly in the wind, but she didn't move. She wasn't looking at me or even in my direction. Her head was tilted slightly down, her hair hanging loosely around her face, obscuring her features. The unsettling thing wasn't her appearance, but the stillness of her presence. It felt off, like she was too out of place in the quiet of the forest. I stopped walking, unsure of what to do. There was no reason for anyone to be out here, especially not this deep in the woods. The nearest village was miles away, and no one had mentioned anyone else being in the area. I took a few hesitant steps forward, trying to get a better look, but the woman didn't move. She just stood there, eerily silent. I called out, but no sound escaped my lips. It was like something had stopped me from speaking. I froze, unsure whether to turn back or approach her. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my curiosity got the better of me. As I took another step closer, she suddenly moved. It was as if she had been waiting for me to get close enough. She turned her head slowly, and for the first time I saw her face. Her eyes were dark, almost hollow, with an unsettling intensity. Her expression was blank, devoid of any emotion. It wasn't that she looked angry or hostile. It was more like she wasn't truly there, as if her body was present but her mind was somewhere far off. The chill in the air grew colder, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I started backing away slowly, my feet scraping against the leaves beneath me, but the woman didn't move. She just stared at me with those empty eyes, like she was studying me, judging me. I turned and ran. The path back to the cabin was a blur, my heart pounding in my chest as I pushed through the underbrush. The wind howled in my ears, and I could hear the sound of my own breathing, harsh and frantic. The closer I got to the cabin, the more I felt the pressure in my chest lighten. But that image of the woman, standing in the forest, wouldn't leave me. I reached the cabin just as the sun disappeared completely behind the horizon, leaving the landscape bathed in the dim light of twilight. My hands were trembling as I unlocked the door, rushing inside and bolting it behind me. I quickly checked every window, every door, ensuring everything was secure. My mind raced, and I couldn't help but feel that I wasn't alone. There was something about that woman, something that felt wrong, like she was waiting for me to make a mistake. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that I was probably just being paranoid. I had been out in the woods by myself for hours. The isolation, the quiet, the unfamiliar surroundings. It was all getting to me. I told myself I'd sleep it off and feel better in the morning. But sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind against the walls, had me on edge. I kept imagining that woman standing outside, watching me. Every shadow in the corners of the room seemed to hold a presence. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, waiting for sleep to overtake me, but it never did. At some point, I must have drifted off, because I woke up to the sound of something tapping against the window. My eyes shot open. I didn't move, holding my breath as I listened.
Top, top, top.
It was slow, deliberate. The sound was coming from the window in the living room, just a few feet away. My heart raced again, and I felt the panic rising. I didn't dare get up. I stayed frozen in bed, my mind racing with the worst possible scenarios. I told myself it was probably just a branch tapping against the glass, but the rhythm was too consistent, too purposeful. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. My mind was in overdrive, trying to come up with any logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I lay there, eyes wide, listening for any sign that the tapping would resume. Minutes passed. The house was completely silent, save for the occasional creak of the wood. I waited. Finally, after what felt like hours, I convinced myself to get up. I grabbed a flashlight from the bedside table and quietly made my way to the window. My hand shook as I approached the glass. I turned the flashlight on and shone it through the window. There was nothing there. No woman, no figure.
No tapping.
Just the dark, empty yard and the faint glow of the moon in the distance. Relief washed over me, but the feeling of unease still lingered. I locked the window again and moved away, sitting down in the living room with my back against the wall. I stared out into the night, trying to calm my racing heart. I spent the rest of the night awake, every creak and groan of the cabin making me jump. The woman was gone, but something about her presence stuck with me. I couldn't explain it. The next morning, I packed up and left, vowing never to return to that cabin. I wasn't sure what had happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something in that forest, in that woman, had unsettled me in a way that I couldn't understand. As I drove away from the cabin, I glanced back at the forest, still standing silently in the distance. And for the first time, I felt grateful to leave it all behind. It had been raining for hours, and the damp air weighed heavy on my chest. The sound of water tapping relentlessly against the canopy of trees, the occasional rumble of thunder in the distance, and the eerie quiet of the wilderness all combined to create a feeling of isolation I had never experienced before. Alone in the woods, miles from the nearest town, I couldn't help but wonder what had drawn me to this place. Was it the promise of solitude, the peace of nature, or the challenge of surviving on my own? I didn't have an answer to that question, and as the rain continued to pour down, I started questioning whether I had made the right choice. But the cabin was almost done, and I could feel the weight of the work behind me. Every log I had carried, every nail I had hammered into place. It was almost there. Just a few more touches, and I would have my shelter for the night, away from the storm. The cabin wasn't much, but it was enough. A small structure made of rough-cut logs, it stood nestled in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pine trees. The roof, covered in heavy tarps for now, provided little protection against the constant downpour. But inside, the fire crackled in the small stone fireplace, sending a warm glow dancing across the walls. It wasn't much, but it was mine, and tonight it would be enough. I had been in the woods for 3 days now. The first day had been filled with excitement, gathering firewood, setting up camp, and getting the foundation of the cabin laid. But by the second day, the weather had turned. The sun disappeared behind a thick layer of clouds, and the rain began, seemingly never to stop. I knew this area of New Mexico had unpredictable weather, but I had underestimated just how quickly things could change. The rain wasn't the worst part, though. It was the solitude. The longer I stayed, the more I felt the weight of being so far removed from civilization. It wasn't just the quiet that unnerved me, it was the silence. The kind of silence that wasn't peaceful but felt like something was missing, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. By now, the storm had settled into a steady rhythm. It wasn't the kind of rain that poured down in torrents, but more like a heavy mist that never stopped. The air was thick with moisture, and everything had a slightly damp, musty smell. I sat on a log in the small room I had constructed, trying to stay warm near the fire. The flames crackled, sending sparks up the chimney, but the warmth from the fire didn't seem to be enough to fully chase away the chill that had settled into my bones. The first few hours of the storm had been the hardest. I had to focus on the basics, getting the fire going, finding a dry place to sit, and making sure my gear stayed dry. My dog, a small but loyal terrier named Max, curled up beside me on a patch of blankets, keeping warm. He seemed unfazed by the weather, his little nose twitching at every rustling sound outside. But me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The rain, the cold, the isolation, they were all starting to mess with my mind. Every crack of thunder made me jump. Every rustling of leaves outside made me tense up. I kept telling myself that I was just being paranoid, that I was fine. But the longer I stayed out here, the more I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. I shook my head, trying to clear the thoughts from my mind. This was supposed to be an escape, a break from the chaos of the world. But the world was still out there, silent, waiting, watching. I couldn't help but feel that I wasn't alone. It was then that I heard it, a soft creak outside. First, I thought it was the wind, but it didn't sound quite right. It sounded more like a footstep, a slow, deliberate step on the wet ground. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Max, who had been sleeping beside me, perked up, his ears standing straight. His small body was tense, and he was staring at the door. I strained my ears, trying to listen through the storm, but the rain was so loud, it was hard to hear anything else. Another creak, this time closer. My stomach turned, and I felt a wave of cold sweat run down my back. It wasn't the rain. It wasn't the wind. Someone or something was out there. The idea of going outside and investigating crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. That was a rookie mistake. No one in their right mind would leave the safety of a cabin in the middle of a storm like this. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was out there was watching me. Minutes passed, but the feeling of unease didn't leave. I stared at the door, my hands shaking as I reached for the rifle propped up against the wall. I hadn't planned on needing it, but now it felt like the only thing between me and whatever was out there. Another creak. Closer. This time I heard a scraping noise, the unmistakable sound of something dragging across the wet ground. It was so quiet, but somehow it pierced through the rain. My heart thudded in my chest. Max growled low, a deep rumble that I had never heard from him before. He wasn't usually a nervous dog, but now his fur stood on end, and his eyes were wide, locked on the door. I gripped the rifle tighter, my knuckles white. Whatever was out there wasn't making any attempt to hide its presence. I stood up, moving as quietly as I could. Every step I took felt like it echoed through the cabin. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a person? An animal? Couldn't be sure. My breathing came in shallow gasps as I moved toward the window, peeking out through the crack between the curtains. The rain was coming down so heavily that it obscured most of the view, but I could make out the vague shape of something moving. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal either. It was too tall, too thin, and the way it moved was unnatural. The figure seemed to glide rather than walk, and it moved with an unsettling smoothness, like it was floating just above the ground. I recoiled, my heart racing. The sight of it made my stomach lurch. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but there it was, moving with a purpose through the trees. I had to get out of here. I had to leave before whatever that thing was found me. But the rain, the storm, the darkness. I looked at Max, who was still growling, now more urgently. He was usually good at sensing danger, but now he seemed scared. His body was trembling, and he kept his gaze locked on the door. I made a decision then. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't let that thing get any closer. I grabbed the emergency pack I had stashed behind the fireplace, slinging it over my shoulder. I didn't have time to think. There was no time to gather everything. I had to leave. Max and I slipped out of the cabin, stepping lightly through the mud and into the trees. The rain was pouring down harder now, making it hard to see. But I kept moving, relying on instinct to guide me. We didn't stop, not even when the figure came into view again, closer this time. I didn't know what it wanted. I didn't care. All I knew was that I had to outrun it. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, until the storm started to ease up and the trees parted to reveal a small road in the distance. We made it. I was soaked to the bone, my legs aching, but I was safe. Max was still by my side, and together we found our way back to civilization. That night, as I lay in a warm bed, I thought about the cabin, the storm, and the figure in the trees. I don't know what I saw out there, but I do know one thing. There are things in the wilderness that we are not meant to understand. And sometimes the best choice is to walk away before you find out what they are. The rain stopped by morning. The world seemed to return to normal, but I knew better.